Good morning to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners and the citizens of Douglas County. Welcome to our Monday, October 31st, 2022 virtual Zoom meeting, which is our work session today. Hope everyone had an outstanding weekend. We'll start with roll call first, Board of Commissioners. I'll start with District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
Okay, District 2 and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present.
District 3 Commissioner Terenia Carthen.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider. She's not here at this moment. And then Chairman Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones present. Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum. We will get started. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for public comment this morning? Did we have anybody sign up?
Yes, ma'am. We did have one individual sign in, Ms. Shervelle McClendon. I'm not sure if she's on the line. Ms. McClendon?
I am here.
Okay. I will just let you know as you start speaking, if you will have 3 minutes to address the board. Once you reach your 3 minutes, I will let you know to go ahead and finish up your comments, okay? If you could restate your name and your address and your topic, you can go ahead and begin.
Okay, my name is Shervelle McClendon. You said what else? My address?
Your address and your topic.
Okay, 3370 Palmer Lake Point, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. My topic is regarding animal control and how incidents are handled. Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead and begin.
Okay, so I'll proceed with, I don't have my information in front of me, I'm sorry, but about 3 weeks ago, my son and his girlfriend brought a dog to my home, which what belonged to his girlfriend who lives in Polk County. And so that was my first time meeting the dog for the first time. The dog had a muzzle on. I asked why the dog had a muzzle on. Was the dog a biter? She proceeded to say, yes, the dog did tend to snap. So at that ended. And so maybe a week later, my son came to the house with the dog. I asked, why do you have this dog here? He said, oh, I'm just watching it for her while she's at work. Brought the dog. So I'm skeptical of the dog because I knew the dog was a biter. So I just watched the dog. I've been around dogs all my life, never afraid of dogs. But I watched the dog kind of scope out on my home. And so I went on because I had to leave and run an errand. When I proceeded to go run the errand, I went into my son's room to say, hey, and we have a dog of our own. So our dog was present as well. As I went to tell my son, hey, mom's leaving to run an errand, I was standing at the foot of his bed and the dog was over like in the corner on the other side of the room. Next thing I know, the dog started growling at me. And so I asked my son, I said, okay, what is going on? So my dog called the dog back. And then like a second later, the dog launched in the air from across the other side of the room at me. So my son proceeded to grab the dog, call the dog back again. And I'm just kind of in shock. Next thing I know, the dog went back, but then a couple of seconds later, the dog launched at me again from the other side of the room, airborne, and bit me on the upper top of my thigh. My issue is this. I've been around dogs all my life, don't have a problem with dogs. But what I had a problem with is that I reported it to the animal control. I first went to Polk County. Then they said, oh, you need to report it to Douglas County. I proceeded to report it to Douglas County. I submitted my statement and every pictures, photos of the injury and everything. Even, talked to my doctor, my physician. So the problem I had when I finally, Douglas County submitted, and then they submitted to Polk County, I get a response back saying, oh, it's not considered a bite because it did not break my skin. That is crazy. I had a bruise bigger than I don't know what. I'm finally now healing for the bruise. And my issue is this. I even went to the owner and she said, oh, what did you do to provoke the dog? And I was ballistic because I'm like, you're going to ask me that when your dog attacked me. It was an 8-month-old Australian Shepherd. And my issue is this, why isn't there something first of all, why is it that somebody has to be, it has to break the skin, or somebody has to die or severely hurt before it's considered something that can be addressed or dealt with? That's the problem I have. And so they said that is the rule. But somebody can be severely injured. I have kids in my house all the time. And if a child had walked in the room, and I'm in my own home, I know that there's not much I can do, probably because the dog was in my house. My son welcomed the dog in my house. But besides all of that, I'm not trying to go to court with the owner or nothing like that. I was just perplexed that the fact that if somebody is bitten by a dog and it does not break the skin, it's not considered a bite. That and he attacked me. And so when I reported it, they said there's nothing they can do because according to the laws or whatever, animal control, that's it. So my concern is not just myself, but other citizens. Because like I said, if a kid would have walked in the room, my nieces and nephews, little kids who I tend to have in my house, that they would have gotten bitten in the face. So that is a huge concern with me. And I just feel like something needs to be changed as it pertains to dogs, attacks, and being bitten.
Thank you, Ms. McClendon.
Thank you so much, Ms. McClendon. Certainly we will take this matter under advisement, and appreciate you coming in and expressing your concerns and also sharing what happened to you, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Clerk, is anyone else on the line?
I did not have anyone else sign in, Chairman, but I would ask now if there are any citizens on the line that would like to speak. Being none, Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. McClendon, what you just shared with us did not fall on deaf ears. I just don't want you to think it has fallen on deaf ears. Certainly, we, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, certainly we can explore and talk to our Director of, there she is. How are you doing, Director, this morning? If you could just provide just a little feedback, and certainly, you know, I heard our citizen loud and clear this morning, and just didn't want her to think that we were, and I happen to see you on the line. So if you could just share a few points for us, a little bit for the board, and just give us an idea of what our policy here is in Douglas County regarding dog bites and things of that sort.
Absolutely. So again, I am aware of the situation, and Ms. McClendon, I am sorry for your situation and the instance that did happen. The bite cases, as they are, when it comes to breaking the skin, that is not a local ordinance that's inflicted. That is through the Georgia Department of Health, and that falls under the rabies protocols. So what they consider a break in the skin, if there is a break in the skin, that is when we legally are mandated to go ahead and report a bite to the state for the rabies quarantine / protocol. In our ordinance, we do take bites very seriously. But again, we have to fall to the deference of the Georgia Department of Health in what is considered a bite. Now, we're not negating that anything didn't happen. Obviously, you were bruised. It would also be considered a provoked because of the fact that you did allow the dog into your house, and you were aware that it did have a muzzle on at one point. We did look into the situation. We did not see any other instances where this was reported, but unfortunately, we do fall under the regulations of the Georgia Department of Health and the State Department of Health. So if it is not a break in the skin, while we can go out there, assess the situation, and say this dog shouldn't be on the property, this dog should, not have been provoked as far as you walking into the room. And I know that it becomes kind of a touch and go situation with what is provoked and unprovoked. But when there is no clear indication of a break in the skin, we cannot proceed any further than that. What we can offer is guidelines as far as this dog obviously should not be in this house. If the dog is outside of the house, it looks like it was muzzled at one point, which would be correct. And given the breed of the dog, it is a herding breed, so they have a tendency to nip either way. I would be happy if you'd like to come down to the office and go over the ordinances and actually meet with our animal control manager, who could give you some more information on how to follow those ordinances as it applies to your situation to prevent this from happening again.
Thank you so much, Director Chakowski. Certainly this was a lesson for all of us today, myself as well, regarding rights. And Ms. McClinton, I appreciate you coming in, and of course I hope you receive some clarity, and then also our director says she's willing to meet with you on one-on-one as well, okay? Thank you so much, and we're gonna move on, Board of Commissioners, unless there's some comments. Any comments, Board? Okay, we're gonna move on to our
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
No, thank you, Pat. No, that was, I've got issues with dogs and been bitten and stuff. And I know the trauma from that. I've actually was bitten. So I get it when I was much younger. But my question is, and this is to Director Frankowski, but if there was a desire legislatively to redefine what a right is and what it's not, sounds like at the state level, General Assembly, as opposed to us, because they give oversight to the Department of Health. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, Madam Chair, what I was listening to. And I mean, she gave her story, but it sounds like she's looking for some action, some type of, not just listening to me, but it's just something that can be put on the table to advance this cause per se. And that's just my takeaway. But I'm clear, Madam Chair, it's up at the state level. There's nothing we can do here locally to redefine that. It's outside of our weight class, but nonetheless, duly noted. Madam Chair, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks, Board? All right. With that being said, we're going to move on to the approval of our minutes tomorrow. Board wants you to be prepared to approve or deny the minutes accordingly. We have the commission meeting minutes of October 18th that will be on, which is 2022, and work session minutes of October 17th, and executive session minutes of October 17th. Please, I encourage you to review those minutes and be prepared to approve or deny accordingly. Board of Commissioners, we have 3 proclamations tomorrow. We have a proclamation for Retired Educators Day in Douglas County, and that proclamation will be read by Mr. John Stone. And then tab number 5 is proclaiming the month of National American Indian Heritage Month here in Douglas County. Lisa Meek will read that proclamation. And then tab number 6 is proclaiming the week of November 6th through 12th, 2022 is Care and Kindness Week in Douglas County. And this is Patricia Watley will be reading that proclamation. So Board, I just wanted to give you an idea what's coming before you tomorrow in terms of proclamations. County Administrator, this morning we have our Deputy County Administrator and our Assistant County Administrator will be providing a quick update this morning regarding our KPI, which is our Key Performance Indicator updates. And they've been working on this project, and so glad to hear that some action is here this morning, and then they will be discussing what has transpired so thus far. You have the floor, Deputy County Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Board of Commissioners, to staff, and to the citizens of Douglas County. Good morning. I bring good pleasure in talking about this topic. This is something that, Madam Chair, we've been working on. We know that this is a priority for this board. And just to give some context to this, and then I'll pass off to Madam ACA. Douglas County has implemented our county's first 5-year strategic plan in the 150-year history of this county. It was approved in August of 2021. And since that time, the executive team, staff, and Lionheart Consulting have been working on a strategic implementation plan for that document. So part of the strategy included some benchmarking with other municipalities that have gone through a similar process. We have great relationships with our counterparts in the Metro Atlanta area, so we reached out to our friends at Fulton County, and we were able to visit with them and to meet with members of their county manager's executive team, namely Mrs. Bridget Bailey, who's the Director of Customer Service, Director of Customer Experience and Solutions, as well as Mr. Mike Rowicki. He is the head of the Fulton County Strategy and Performance Management Office. So Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, just a few takeaways from that visit that I believe that we can emulate as we move forward. All employees in Fulton County, full-time, part-time, new and existing, got a copy of their strategic plan. There was a branding component that was critical for this program. Fulton County went through banners, logos, promotions, etc., to help get the word out about their strategic plan and performance management initiative. One of the things that they stressed throughout our visit was this is a long process. This process must be committed to. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Fulton County actually was not able to evaluate how successful they were until they were roughly about 4 or 5 years into this program. So Fulton County also created a department specifically to implement this initiative. They started out with 2 employees dedicated to this plan. They currently have 9 full-time employees. And what I thought was creative on their part, they now have a paid internship program with about 6 interns that supports this effort as well in building dashboards, data analytics, reviewing departmental budgets, things of that nature to ensure. And another thing that I thought was creative was that they wanted to ensure that all budget enhancement requests fit into their strategic plan and address one or more of the initiatives therein. So Fulton County also partnered with Kennesaw State University to conduct like random surveys of Fulton County citizens, both electronic, written, to measure their effectiveness in customer service. And essentially we left Fulton County very enlightened and with a charge as we move forward. So the remaining of this presentation will delve into that charge, and it will key in on the work that we have ahead of us to make this a successful initiative. So with that, I will pass to Madam ACA, and we'll go into a little further into this program that we're promoting.
Thank you, Deputy County Administrator Fred Perry. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Rick, I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully I will be able to do this with ease. Okay. All righty. So good morning. Thank you, Deputy County Administrator, for that introduction, because what you said was spot on. In our year of working to implement the strategic plan and going through the process, we have learned that this is a long-term game. And it's going to take a lot of work and dedication on the part of our leadership, as well as our all of our 1,200 employees, to make sure that this is a success. As you all know, we implemented the Douglas Ford 2025 plan. It was voted on by the Board of Commissioners back last year. And of course, we all know our 6 major priorities for this strategic plan. And the 6th one, which is transform Douglas County government, is where this falls under, as well as making sure we achieve all of our other 5 objectives of the strategic plan. So our focus of performance management will be really 3 things. 1, evidence-based decision-making, continuous organizational learning, and then of course, accountability for performance. And just for the public's sake, we're going to go back and talk about some of the reasons why we measure. Number 1, the main thing is really understanding our public's needs, being transparent, reporting, engaging our staff, our elected officials, and our public around our shared priorities. And then, of course, supporting accountability both within the organization and the public. So our goal for performance management here in Douglas County is simply this. We want to successfully bring about a cultural shift in the organization and implement a systematic focus on achieving results. And so in this shift of culture, there'll be 3 things that we want to focus on. Number 1, we want to look and make sure that we reward our employees who are doing the work and making sure that all of the work fits into our strategic plan, our strategic priorities. And so we are in the process of looking at how do we reward those employees with a pay for performance type model. The second thing is making sure that we have our information is easier to access. So easier access of information and data. You'll hear a little bit more about that regarding our KPI stat tracker. And then, of course, we want to transform our customer service model, which is really, from my research and working and looking at different case models, is essential to any type of customer service, as well as any key performance indicators, is making sure that we have premium customer service here in Douglas County. So as Fred mentioned, we did take a trip down to Fulton County, and we've actually been working with Fulton County for months, sharing information on customer service, on KPIs, and just really getting information, because I do feel that they are not only a leader in Georgia, but also in the country in being a data-driven government. And so you see our picture here, we took our team down to Fulton County. We took our GIS manager, our constituent services specialist, our consultant Linus Savage went with us, and of course myself and Deputy County Administrator Fred Perry. And we learned a lot that day. We met staff members. We looked at all their different surveys, their models, just to kind of make sure that we're on the right track with what we're doing here in Douglas County. And we also will continue to benchmark with other municipalities in our state and in our area. And so one of the things that we learned from this visit is there are two pillars of performance management. Number one, the strategic plan, but also customer service. And we will be working hard. You'll hear in our next meeting a presentation on our new customer service initiative and model. So as Fred stated earlier, they created a dedicated office called the Office of Performance Management back in 2015 to implement their KPIs and their strategic plan. And they created like a dedicated resource. What we are doing here in Douglas County is we're going to be able to pull from different areas to create our performance management team for now. And so we'll be working with our GIS office, human resources, finance, and constituent services to put together a performance management team that will work and implement our goals for our strategic plan. So on the county administrative side, the leadership's role will be number one. We will outline the vision of the Board of Commissioners, which is something we're currently doing, communicate the structure to our staff, reinforce the commitment to performance. I think one of the things that we really learned from our research and just throughout this process is that this is really a long-term game. It will take a while to really see the results, but from what we hear from the different case studies that we've looked at and from our visit to Fulton County is that once you get the process in place, it is truly worth the results. So it will be very important on the county administrator side to make sure that we ensure the continuity of the performance management program. This has to be something that has our attention at all time. And like I said, if we're going to shift the culture, we really are going to make sure to make an effort that this is at the forefront of every county employee. So starting January 1, we will make sure that every new employee has a copy of the strategic plan. When they come on board, every county building will have a banner and information with our county strategic priorities in it. We will really make our strategic plan a focus of this county, and we will make sure that our constituents and our employees know if it doesn't fit in our strategic plan, we shouldn't be doing it. And it's a very broad plan that covers everything. And I think that everything we do to deliver these exceptional and premium services to our clients and our constituents will fit within that plan. So this is a timeline. So what we want to do, and we're doing that now, is setting the realistic timeframes. We are in the complete phase, which we are completing the initial implementation that will be complete in December of this year. First quarter of 2023, the metrics will start coming in, and we will use that time to fine tune our metrics and our collection methodology. And then the second quarter of 2023, we want to ensure that those metrics remain aligned to our strategic plan. And then, of course, a continuous process will be evaluating the data and trends as they become apparent. So we have our KPI tracker coming on board, and you'll see a demonstration of that momentarily. We will have the training dates for all of our employees will be the week of December 12th through the 16th. So we are in the implementation phase, and so the training will take place the week of December 12th through the 16th. And our GIS manager, Ed Dean, who's done an exceptional job putting together the process, as well as Wendy Cottle, our constituent services specialist, who's been gathering all the data from the departments, will spearhead this initiative. And so, as I stated, January 1st, 2023, the Douglas County's Performance Measurement Program will begin. And by March 31st of 2023, there will be department quarterly reporting will begin. So the reporting will begin at that time, but the measuring, all departments will be trained, and the measuring will be able to start taking place the beginning of 2023. And so what our performance dashboards will show, two different dashboards. Number one, department performance, and number two, how we're doing with our strategic priorities is what the dashboards will show. So at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Ed Dean, who will wrap up the presentation with a demonstration of our KPI stat tracker dashboard. So I will stop sharing and I will turn it over to Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Tiffany and Fred. Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and colleagues.
Good morning.
In 2021, the board approved the purchase of RGS Enterprise. What this enterprise system is made up of multiple pieces of software that work together to help us to create what we've got for you today. So I am going to share my screen as well. Can you see this website here?
Mm-hmm.
We can see it, Ed.
Okay. So this is, excuse me. So this is the front page of what we have right now. And just know this is not a complete site. So when we go live, this probably will maybe look a little different. But we have categorized our KPIs in several different categories. One being finance, operations, compliance, citizens experience, public safety, justice, and health and wellness. So as you scroll down, it gives you a little, definition of KPIs, and then some tabs to go to those different categories. So I want to show you public safety, and then I'm going to go to the fire department. So we have some data from June of this year from 911 of calls for service for the fire department, fire and EMS. And as of that time, they had 10,000 calls. And if you go down, you can see the nature of calls, number one being sick person. Then we give you an outline of number of calls per month. Keep scrolling down. This is another piece of software that comes with that enterprise system. This is actually its own website. This is a dashboard just showing the monthly calls in a different version. And then total number of calls from 2019 to June of 2022. This just gives you a couple of ideas of what we can do with this information. And then just some contact the departments if needed. And then I want to show you this customer experience. So this information right here is actually, I received this information on Friday. And this information is taken from the customer service survey that we put out, I think in the beginning of October. So as of Friday afternoon, there's been 318 surveys taken. Overall experience is 3.1 out of 5. Citizen characteristics that have taken the survey gives you an age range, gender, race, years lived in Douglas County, and commission district they live in. And some of the faculty experience, so the staff expertise and knowledge, there was a ranking of 3.1 out of 5. And these two little charts down here give you the facilities experience, which rated pretty good, majority. And then frequency of use, they pretty much use it weekly. So, and in this customer experience, as Tiffany has said, is we can also, with this software, we can use surveys that we can create that can take in customer service you know, for citizens and also with inside the county as we deal with each department. And we can also put that information here. And once those surveys are completed, every time they're submitted, the data is updated automatically. We don't have to go and do anything else. And all of this data is driven by CSV files. We can also, if possible, link into databases to pull this data. But this is, again, these are not all built out. We have several other information, but I didn't want to go through every one of them today. These are the ones that I feel comfortable sharing today. But as of right now, that is all I have. If y'all have any questions? And also one thing, all this system is already paid. This is paid for as when we bought the enterprise system back in 2021. So there's no additional cost for what I explained to you right now moving forward, except a little bit later down the line. So.
And thank you, Ed. And so we thought it was important to start, you know, we reached out to Ed, and this was a system that he already had. So we thought it was important to start with what we had. He feels like this system can accurately capture and show the information that we want to show to the public, as well as the information we want to show internally, information that we need to operate better as an organization, internal information. So this system will just basically be what information we want to track. You know, Fulton County tracks every department with the customer service rating. So as you see, we have this survey. It's a brand new survey. It's freshly new. It's only been out a couple of weeks. But as that survey evolves and more people take it, we will be able to get a better picture of our citizen improvement and our citizen experience. So we just wanted to give you guys a brief overview of our results tracker. And as we get ready to launch, it will be complete and ready to go. So at this time, we will take any questions from the board.
Okay, thank you so much, our executive team, Deputy County Administrator Perry and Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Swiss Stanley and Manager Peter Dean. Thank you for just working very hard. You and also, I believe, also our Chief Information Officers that involved as well with the project. So thank all of you all. Alex Bentoncourt, thank you all for working hard to pull this together. I have one question regarding at more of a micro level. Are all the departments going to add, when I say the department directors, you're going to put your specific goals? Ed, if you scroll back down to the purpose of KPIs, can you scroll back down and read that aloud for us?
Madam Chair, I'll answer that. Yes, each department we've been going through working with each department to develop the KPIs. So each department will have their own specific KPIs as to what they want to accomplish. So you'll, like I said, as the system is completely built out, you'll be able to go under, public safety or fire and EMS and see, you know, the number of calls, whatever they're wanting to show, and whatever we agree as a leadership, from a leadership perspective, it should be their KPIs. That will be what will be able to be tracked.
And they're usually specific goals. That's what I'm saying. Those directors set goals, and then throughout the year they can measure their performance.
That is correct.
Yeah, it'll tell us where we are. If we halfway, yellow means you're still in progress. Green means that it's complete. And I know that will happen as we continue to push forward.
Yes.
Correct? Is that the plan? Okay.
Yes.
Any questions, board? Any comments regarding our KPIs? Again, this is nothing. It's not where we just turn a light switch on. It's a project. It should. You said it takes 4 to 5 years before we even reap the benefits of our hard work, right?
Yeah. So what we learned at Fulton County, and this was just very specific experience, but as I've done some case studies and research, it is a long-term game. It is something that you have to, just getting the implementation, getting the KPIs, that for most people takes a year and a half. And then as you build out the system, you monitor the information that you're receiving in, just to get the system where you actually are truly seeing the results overall through your organization. It's taking roughly, it takes some years to just actually get it together. And it also depends on what resources we allocate to the performance measurement program as a county. And so that's something that we will be looking at on the county administration side as what resources that we can allocate. But I'm advocating for this because I feel like this will definitely change the way we operate. And I think it will be truly beneficial to us as a county as we continue to move forward and get our strategic priorities accomplished.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board? Any remarks? All right, keep up the
Madam
good work.
Chair?
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
No, key performance indicators and these metrics is something that, Madam Chair, we've been talking about since you took the leadership helm. And I'm driving this home for all elected as well as directors that no, you have to be measured as well. That's important. In the next couple of days, we've got to go into a room to determine up or down for directors. Now, how are we going to measure y'all? Based on what? Madam HR, I know you're listening. Ms. Carter, how are we really going to do this other than just wake up in the morning? How are we realistically connecting with our citizens, realistically getting their input, realistically talking to associates, getting their wellness? We do a good job financially because we're regulated. You must do it this way. Right? We must report monthly or annually or whatever case may be. But some of the other areas like associate and citizens are just as important. They're the ones that's actually delivering actual services. Operational effectiveness is something I think we need to get into as well as how well do we do what we do. So I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing. And I agree with Madam ACA that, Madam Chair, you need to be committed to this. We're going through this like a project and it sounds good, but to make this work, we have to put some resources behind it.
Mm-hmm.
At least somebody's going to pull this all together because again, we have these shared service projects and everybody just come in when they get a chance and they go back doing what they normally do and it doesn't get the attention that it needs to really see how well we're doing. So we talk about transparency all the time. Well, here's a chance for us to really be transparent, monitor our performance, get better over time. So I look forward to you guys coming back with more information. I'm happy to finally get a briefing on this because I've been looking for about a year for this. So I look forward to 2023 and see what comes out of it. Madam Chair, thank you for that. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board? All right, if none,
I do have one, Madam Chair, just one. Yeah.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Okay, so there was a mention that there could be some potential costs that we may end up occurring. Can somebody kind of explain that to me? What do you mean by that so I can understand that a little bit better?
Good morning, Commissioner Mitchell. So when we look at the cost, and it's just what I stated earlier, how we want to operate this performance management program. So we can use the team approach, which we're using now, which would be pulling people from different departments to meet, bi-weekly or on a weekly on a time frame to kind of push the performance measurement program. But if we want to look at maybe being, maybe doing what Fulton County did, we can start off small with maybe bringing in a performance management coordinator, and that person's job would be to coordinate all of the different departments, work with GIS to make sure the information is being entered and different things of that nature. So it's really just up to the county how fast we want to move the program along and what resources we want to just invest in the program to make sure that we just get the priorities accomplished.
And so Tiffany, how is it that's going to come from the board that's going to decide on how fast we move along, or is that going to come from you and Fred and you guys to kind of make the request so we can kind of move it in the right direction? Because I don't know if we know at least from the board perspective though. Just curious.
Yes, so we will be making requests, budget requests, and requests as we go along. We will definitely be looking at the main thing that I know that Fred and I are committed to doing is looking at the resources that we have and trying to work within what we have. But we will be making requests along the way for different, whatever we need. Maybe, like I said, a performance management coordinator would comes to mind. There may be a need for someone in GIS to be dedicated to this performance management program. So those are the things that I foresee right now. We are, you guys have the foresight to get this type of software. So we're very fortunate to have this so we don't have to make that initial investment. However, we may down the line have to look and say we need to upgrade the software, or we need to look at a different software. So there will be some potential costs. Small things like making sure that every employee has a copy of the strategic plan and making sure the strategic plan information is in buildings, things of that nature, things we can already cover within what we have. But, down the road, there may be some bigger asks, if we feel like we can't work within what we already have.
That's good. That's good. But my only concern was what the potential costs are. But and I know we don't have the actual answer to that. But it's definitely worth the conversation. It is worth. I'm glad that we're actually now trying to implement and move forward with this, because I'm like Vice Chairman Robinson. I've been looking forward to this for over a year or so. But I think we're going into the budget cycle now, and if there may be any potentials that you guys definitely put it in front of us, so we can make sure that we're doing the right things and accomplishing the goals set out by this particular software and this particular project, that we don't shortchange it because we're just trying to get by. So, okay, all righty.
Thank you.
All righty, well, but that's all I got. I'll yield back, Madam Chair. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Geiger.
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Here I am. Will this include elected official offices or just our department?
So in Fulton County, and I'm just using them as an example because that's the one we've been setting a lot, they do include the elected officials as well, different departments. So we will be asking our elected officials to participate and provide the information.
But we can't require them to be included, I guess.
I would think that we couldn't force them to, but I think what we learned from Fulton County is that everyone participating has been very beneficial to the program as a whole, for budgeting purposes, strategic planning purposes, evaluation purposes of the organization, as well as employees as a whole. And so I think once everyone really truly gets trained on the system and sees the system and the benefits, the transparency it provides, the efficiency that it provides, I think that we won't have an issue getting people to jump on board for the program.
Well, I just wondered what, say an elected official's office is underperforming, and what can we do about it? They're sovereign, so what can we do about it? Of course, and I guess they don't have to put it out there for the public to see either. Is that right?
Well, Commissioner Gott, I think one of the things that I want to bring home about this is the goal of this is just any underperforming area will be, from the administrative side, is to go and to make sure that we provide whatever resources, information that department or elected official may need in order to get up to meet the performance standards that we are, requiring here in the county. So I don't want this to be seen as like a punishment thing, or you're not meeting the requirements. I want it to be seen as a thing that we're looking to improve efficiency. And so I know from all the elected officials that I work with, I think we're all on that common goal to deliver great services. So I think if we can, if they're open to it, we will be willing to work with them to do whatever we can from our part to make sure that we improve efficiency. So of course we can't force an elected official to participate, but I think if they see the overall program and are really educated on the benefits, I think that we won't have an issue of getting people on board to move everything forward.
Okay. I just wondered what we would be capable of doing about any office that is not performing well. So especially if it's under an elected official.
Yeah, just to get to the end of the day, just providing whatever support we can from the administrative side to make sure that everyone achieves their goals.
All right, you're back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Geiger. All right, any other comments?
Yes,
Mark?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, you have the floor.
Good morning. My question is to, I think I saw Ed Dean. Was it you, Ed,
Mhm.
sharing your screen? Yes, okay.
Yes, I'm still here.
So my question to you is, remember when we had the software demo and we were able to see Cobb County actually utilizing the information that they were given in certain departments so that they could track certain things? Is this kind of on that level? Like they were using it for public safety in terms of
Yes.
out of direct traffic? When, you know, when was the high peak times for certain things? Is this
Yes.
somewhat in line with that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's in line with that. It's the same software that they use. Now the traffic, I don't remember all that they showed, but this is the same software that they were using.
Okay. So the correlations that we're using it for is just for internal usage as opposed to what we're getting from outside sources. So all of this is web-based?
Yes, this is all web-based.
Okay, so when the questions are answered, it's uploaded, it's in the cloud, and we're able to, that's why it's able to be updated without you going in and manually pulling it down and
Yes.
populating it. Okay. And so my next question is, who comes up with the questions? And I guess that would be ACA Stuart Stanley.
Yeah, I think that it would be a collaborative effort between the team coming up with the questions.
And so you're doing the KPIs, you're measuring them. Who's helping? Like, who's on that team? Is it Linus Savage and Ms. Cottle, or how are we doing that? Like, I'm trying to get my head around what is the actual thing, because I know Commissioner Mitchell asked what was the cost, but I know you know Savage is doing this for free, so we need to know what is the cost, because you said a couple of years. If I heard that.
Yes. So right now, our internal team is comprised of GIS, human resources, finance, and then our constituent services specialist. That's the main team. And of course, myself and Deputy County Administrator Perry will also be part of the meetings in the team. Mr. Savage has helped us lay the foundation and lay the groundwork to getting the strategic plan as well as these KPIs set up. So his guidance has been instrumental in getting us where we are at this point. So hopefully that will be able to continue as we implement this process, you know, down the road. But I feel like as far as the internal team that we would use, regardless of whether we have someone from the outside or not, right now would be human resources, finance, constituent services, and GIS, and then as well as, like I said, the Deputy County Administrator and myself to move it forward.
Okay, so later you wouldn't be looking to bring on people in terms of building out a staff, because you and Deputy DCA are overwhelmed with things that we have you doing. And right now we're hard at work looking for a county administrator, but we don't have one. So it's really, really important for me to know that we have what we need in terms of costs. Right, we don't have a whole lot of money, and we're really doing this and trying to meet the goals that the constituents have put in the strategic plan for us to achieve. We need to make sure that we have the cost contained, keyword contained, right, and the staff. So, and you guys already spread thin, so.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carthen, what I've requested in the budget, and like I said, it is a request. I think would be a great place to start with this would be a performance management coordinator, and that's just a request that we're making. And then if the next step for me after that, once we feel that, would be an additional spot in GIS, someone who is dedicated to just the data and working with the performance management coordinator to make sure that the program is running efficiently. So that would be the two that I would, if it, maybe not this year if we can't determine that in the budget, but down the line that would be something that we need, because one of the things that I am in my studies and looking at different departments and counties and cities is that a lot of people do have an Office of Performance Management. It's either the Office of Performance Management, the Office of Innovation. I studied Clayton County. They have an Office of Performance Management. Most of our cities like Atlanta, even Fulton County, South Fulton has a performance management office. So, I think putting an emphasis on it, we at least probably at some point need a position. I will say that one of the things that our constituent services specialist has done, she has taken on a lot of that role for now, but she has some other duties as well. So we're using our team that we have now, and I think that we've done a good job with what we have, with everybody else having different duties. But in order to really get this to the next level, at some point, I do think that we may need to invest in maybe one or maybe at least another two employees to kind of move it to the next level.
So if I could add, can you hear me?
Yes,
You can?
I can.
Okay, I'm having some technical difficulties. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Hopefully you can. But I talked about in my initial comments about the evolution of Fulton County's department. It started out with 2, and now they have 9 full-time employees, and that was over time. Over time, as Tiffany mentioned, there will be some asks to add possible staff, and also mentioned that they got creative in that they partnered with Kennesaw State University to bring in some paid interns to do a lot of the analytical work, data analytics, building dashboards and things of that nature to help curtail some of the costs. So, they laid out a pretty good program for us to emulate. We do have, the University of West Georgia and some other universities here that we could possibly deal with. I know that Kennesaw specifically, and Ed is a proud graduate of Kennesaw State University. And they have a program, I think, that specifically relates to things of this nature. So the specific cost, as Tiffany mentioned, is hard to nail them down right now. We're utilizing the internal team, but the more we get involved with it, specifically with, as spelled out by Fulton County, the deeper they got involved with it, the more information they wanted to get out of this program, the more resources that were required to help support it. So I'm excited about it. If we can do half of what Fulton County has done, I think we will definitely see a big return on our investment.
And to me, that's one of the things that we gotta make sure that we justify in the ask is the ROI, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're making this investment and we're doing the things that we need to do. We have to ensure that the constituents see the value in it. And so, but I'm excited to see where this goes, and excited to see how HR will get involved in this so that we can streamline some things for continuity. So thank you guys. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Certainly, Board of Commissioners would love to just publicly thank you for your endorsement of allowing this executive team to spread our wings and to chase best practice as we continue to move Douglas County from good to great. Benchmarking is key, and you stepped up to the plate. And sometimes when you stay in your own backyard too long, you become mundane. So they are definitely getting outside of Douglas County and going to other places. And we are even going beyond Georgia if we need to make sure that we touch upon all things to make this county go to the 21st century. So thank you all, Board of Commissioners, for your endorsements to allow us to keep moving forward. All right, if nothing else, Board, I'm gonna move on to our next item is grants. We have grants lined up. Tab number 8 is authorization with Douglas County Sheriff's Office to accept the 2022 FY22 Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act grant DOJ funds in the amount of $175,000 with no required match. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds. Colonel Pounds.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. This is we started up a peer support group, and whenever something goes bad in law enforcement, for example, when the 5 county deputies were murdered, we sent people out there to talk with them and give any kind of support that we could have. But this is a grant. We got 10 on the team. We're in the process of interviewing some more. But this grant will pay for any and all training, the equipment, the laptop, phones, travel, etc.
Thank you. Board of Commissioners, any questions regarding this grant? All right, thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds.
Thank you.
We're gonna move the tab. You're welcome. We're gonna move the tab number. Commissioner Carthen.
I'm moving slow. I'm doing too many things. How much is this grant for?
$175,000 with no match required.
$175,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what is it being used for again?
Lieutenant Count.
For our training, for our peer support, for training, travel, phones, or anything that we need, that we have to get out there and do for other agencies and even our agencies.
And so who's doing the training for you guys? Is this something that
They got some state training. They go to different places in the state to get training.
okay? And there's a cost associated with the training that the state provides, and so you're going to use these funds for that inherently.
Yes.
Will you all be doing any internal training, so you'll have somebody on staff that can handle that? Like, will you be utilizing ways that you can get people certified and trained, so that maybe other agencies around us wouldn't have to go to, I don't know how far you have to travel, but are you guys looking at those types of things?
Possibly in the near future, yes. So if we can get some people certified so we can do the internal training, that would be great.
That would be great, yeah. Just trying to think outside the box, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds. We know these grants, they won't keep coming. I'm so glad this one doesn't have a match, but trying to see how we can utilize them and stretch them so that they go further than the one-time spend that they give us. But thank you guys, and congratulations on receiving the grant. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. All right, thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. We're going to move on to tab number 9, authorization to accept a FEMA-GEMA grant in the amount of $293,257.96 with no match required for reimbursement of eligible expenses related to COVID-19. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Jason Mulholland, you have the floor.
This has been a long time coming. We've been, I don't want to say fighting, or we've been going back advocating for Douglas County. We had originally asked for a good bit more, and they were going back and forth for the last year, trying to get as much money reimbursed from what we spent that was eligible from FEMA as we could. And the final agreement that we came up with them is the $293,257.96. This will go to the general fund, unless you want to put it in the EMA budget. We'll allow that, but this is really, it goes back to general fund. And the agreement now it has to be signed with GEMA because it was a pass-through grant. It's FEMA money, but GEMA they send the cash or the check to GEMA, and GEMA sends it to us. It's just there to go through. So we had to sign the legal agreement with GEMA to get our check. So this just asks permission. If you'd like, we can go ahead and, after the approval, if you want legal look, they won't change it, everything, but if you want legal to look at it before we, Madam Chair signs it, that'd be no problem. There's no rush on it. But they do not change these agreements, if for anybody. So the choice would be, of course, to sign the agreement, get the check, or deny or refuse the funds.
Okay. Thank you so much, Director. We'd love for our legal to take a peek at it.
Yes, sir, of course.
So we'll take, which is Attorney Coleman. He'll look at it for us, and then I know, then we can, of course, there's an exciting moment to come forward.
Yes.
Any questions, board, regarding this money from FEMA-GEMA that's coming
Yes,
out? Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
Yeah, Director Mulholland, I think you answered my initial question, which is what was the source of the initial funding? Normally, when we're in a national crisis, state crisis, or global crisis, we move immediately, and it typically comes out the general fund. Can you confirm that it came out the general fund?
Yeah, well, different departments' budgets, general fund, different part. But this is money that a collection of all the money that was eligible between the fire department, sheriff's office, courthouse employees, and everything. We had to have all the receipts. We had every penny that was spent that we asked for. We had to have receipts and justification, and they reviewed everything. We actually turned in close to $700,000 worth of stuff, and they went through and said, "No, we're not going to give you money back for this. We will for this." And it's been going back and forth request and trying to justify why we spent it, and saying why we felt it met their standards to get it. But and in the end, but it was from multiple departments and multiple agencies within the county with the original spend. So this is reimbursing the county for those expenses.
I understand that. All right, what was the time period? Can you give me a range?
This would be from March of 2020 through towards the end of 2021.
All right, so about a year and a half from the beginning of the pandemic, we shut the county down, nothing's coming in. We're in a different state, and we had to readjust our budget. We pulled money not just from the general fund. Sounds like we took money from everywhere else throughout. I'm just trying to get out. Can somebody from finance answer the question? Jason, let me take you up the hill for a minute. I need finance to answer the question. Did the money that come from that they were spending to clean, to do whatever they were doing, in the bathrooms, wipe downs in the courthouse, whatever the case may be, where was that money coming from? Was it straight general fund?
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I will have to check. I would presume that it would have come from the department's budget at that time. But I would need to check to see where those expenditures were actually spent with the finance staff, as that did occur before my time here. But my best guess is that it would have come from there because there was no other funding source at that time, unless we use, I'm trying to remember, when did we even get any ARPA money in? That was last year. So I would presume that it did come out of general fund, and any of those expenditures could be replaced or funded with this particular grant.
Yeah, I'm not challenging it. I just need, confirmation. So, right.
I check.
Let me finish. If, this is more for my peers, if COVID was above and beyond your normal budget, pay attention to what I'm asking. It's above beyond, we had to go in, we had to do things differently. You had some not as open as much, and so you have those type of costs, but then you still had some extra costs. We had to go right then. I'm thinking that you go in your general fund. I mean, how else you gonna get there that fast? You're gonna go in and take, and I'm gonna go back to, did we really cut the budget like we said we were gonna do? I don't think we did. See, this is historical. I'm letting you off the hook on this, Madam CFO. But this was general fund, so you're gonna reimburse the general fund. I know there's some dedicated, like E911, y'all have dedicated budgets to a certain extent. And so I'm curious about like that. Did it come out of those type of dedicated funds that we should replenish, but anything else stays in the general fund? I need that answered by tomorrow. Can y'all just go talk to Ross and confirm for us? I'm just curious. I just want to follow how the cash flowed. I actually, in this once in 100 years, I want to know what happened. How did we pull this off? We funded this on the front side. Yes, Jason, you do an awesome job. You got us reimbursed, no problem. You did the best you could, no problem. I'm just looking about internally, how do we move the cash around? And I just need somebody to be able to answer that question. That's all I got, Madam Chair. They'll answer us by tomorrow. Give them time. Get with Director Miller, and you guys can answer us tomorrow. We're good for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Guida.
Yes, if my memory serves me right, we did have special funds to handle those costs because we had each department submit what they needed to do, and plexiglass was put up and all this other stuff. So I'm pretty sure it came from the probably the federal government. But
let me clarify. That was one of the issues that we really had to be careful with. This work with the finance team is if any money was used from other federal funds, we could not ask for reimbursement. So we made very sure there was no overreach and taking. That was a huge deal because you can get in serious trouble if you took this federal funds and asked for FEMA for. They made it very clear to us, do not double dip on this. Make sure it's coming from your county funds. So we spent a lot of time verifying that nothing we asked for from FEMA was from anything other than county source budgets. So
Director, y'all are an enterprise account. I'm talking about the county government inside the courthouse and all of that. I'm not talking about y'all. So you're probably under a different thing because of the fact that you're an enterprise.
EMA is not. My budget, EMA budget comes from general fund. I mean, I'm getting a budget from general funds every year. 911, on the other hand, they have an enterprise fund. I'm like the other county employees where 911's a little bit different than landfill and stuff like that. But EMA budget is for general fund comes
Okay.
from.
But
from the county.
I just remember a list that everybody had to submit what they
Oh,
needed to have, and I don't know where it came, where the money came from, but it seems like it was a special fund. But anyway, we'll wait and see. Okay.
Good morning.
Yes, Ross.
Yeah, may I speak or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I still have the floor. I guess I'll let you.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it was reimbursable. It was initially in general fund budget or our fire and EMA budget or animal control budget. And so it was a reimbursable. So when we provided receipts from fire and EMS. And so the money went back to fire and EMS or animal control, wherever the money was expensed. That's where we're going to allocate that 296. So we're going to look at the backup from it and allocate it that way. So not the whole 296 may not come to general fund. It's going to go to where the expenditures were charged to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, I give back. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, there are no further questions. Thank you so much, Director Mulholland. We're going to move on to tab number 10, Board Authorization to accept the ACCG Group Health Benefits Program Health Promotion Grant in the amount of $6,000, 2 increments of $3,000 each, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Carter.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. We are super excited for any grant money we can apply for and obtain. It's my understanding that we have accepted this or received this grant in the past. This year, it's $6,000. They give us $3,000 twice a year, and the purpose is to enhance our current wellness offerings. It's understood that employee wellness helps improve health and bring down premiums, but also improves the quality of life of our employees and ultimately productivity. Some of the things we plan to do is increase our focus on financial and emotional wellness. A lot of times we just focus on physical wellness. We're doing a hydration challenge right now. We're participating in a moonlight run, so we're excited to expand our current offerings.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Carter. Any questions for us? All right, thank you. Keep up the good work. We're going to move on to our business items, tab number 11, approval of the 2023 Douglas County Employee Benefit Offerings as recommended by the Benefits Committee, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Carter, you have the floor again.
Good morning again. We are moving right along this year. It's already November tomorrow, and so we would like to begin open enrollment for 2023 as soon as possible. We have Matt Bidwell from MSI, our current broker of record, here to do a brief presentation on updates to our wellness. We had medical, dental, vision, and Medicare Advantage up for renewal this year. Matt, are you available? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start this slide. Let's see, how do I? There we go. Thank you. If we can move to the first slide. The benefits that are up for renewal this year are the medical, dental, vision, and the Medicare Advantage. All the other benefits offered to the employees are still under a rate guarantee or had no change for the upcoming year. Next slide, please. The last year, the major change we made under the health plan was we changed our pharmacy from Anthem over to ProCare Veracity, and we anticipated a little bit over $1 million worth of savings on the pharmacy. And through September of this year, we've saved over $1 million in claims. In 2021 through September, we had 2.3 million in pharmacy claims, and through September of 2022, those pharmacy claims were $1,070,000. And we anticipate by the end of the year that the county's actual savings on this pharmacy change is going to be closer to $1.9 million. So we were very pleased with the change, and it was more than what we had anticipated, but it's a blessing. Next slide, please. The 2022-23 benefits are here in comparison, and we split these up into two costs. One is the fixed cost that we pay for administration, and currently in 2022, what we're paying for reinsurance and administration is $2.8 million, and that number is increasing to just under $3.2 million for 2023. We did go to market and reviewed multiple reinsurance markets, and we were able to realize some savings there. But by moving the reinsurance from Anthem, it would have really disrupted cash flow with the county. And so the benefit committee, upon looking at it, decided just to retain the reinsurance with Anthem, and thus we're at about a $380,000 increase in the cost of the reinsurance and administration. When we come down to the claims, we expect the actual claims this year to fall in right around 13 million. The actual increase for the year for 2023, we feel those claims are going to increase approximately 550,000, which is going to leave us with an increase of the fixed and the expected claims going to about 17,150,000, or about a 6% increase. We moved over to the Medicare Advantage. This is the coverage that we have for about 200 of our retirees. The coverage in 2022 is 709,000. We're getting just under a 4% increase, and it's moving to 336,000 for 2023. And then our next slide, please. This is our dental insurance. The dental insurance was expected to cost $621,000 this year. Our actual cost is dropping in at $523,000. So a lot of this drop was due to the pandemic, and our claims have just never ever recovered. And so as a result, the renewal for this year, we're adjusting it to $554,000. So from a budgeting standpoint, we're seeing the actual cost for the dental budget down about $67,000 for the upcoming year. Our next slide, please, is the vision. And again, on the vision, the budgeted number was $107,000. The actual numbers we're going to see this year is about $92,000, which is again lower than what we had seen in the past. But we're expecting next year to go to about $94,000, and with that, it's about a $12,000 budget decrease. And that brings us to our next slide, which is our final. And so as a summary of the medical, the Medicare Advantage, the dental, and the vision, we're expecting the medical to go from 16 to just over 17 million. The Medicare Advantage up as reported. We're expecting the budgeting for the dental and vision to actually come down, so that the actual total cost for medical, dental, vision, and Medicare Advantage will go from 17,661,000 to 18,536. Our employee and retiree contributions are to remain at about 2.8 million, so that the net charge to the county will go from 14,791 to 15,666, which is an increased percentage of just under 6%. And so the recommendation that came out of the insurance committee was to accept the medical, the dental, and the vision renewals, and also accept the Medicare Advantage renewal as is. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Carter and answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for that. So essentially, the Benefits Committee is recommending to the board that we remain with Anthem for our medical, dental, and vision, and remain with Aetna for our Medicare Advantage, with no increase to the employee claims. So those increases we spoke about would be absorbed by the Board of Commissioners General Fund. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No, we have to wait for Madam Chair last. Madam Chair?
Okay, okay. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, real quick question. You've been here a couple months. Are you comfortable with things as is? Do we need to make any changes? Would you have made changes if you had more time? Or are you okay for right now until next year?
Based on the information that was provided, I think we should maintain the carriers that we have for this year.
Thank you. Second, I'd like to see a historical from 2017 to now. I get year to year. I get changed in year to year. I get the variance, I get the plus and minus. I just would like to see our historical and how things have done over time. It gives me a better context. I mean, you recall this stuff is off the top, to your point, off the general fund, off the top. And we got to pay it. And I'm just curious, since it's so healthy and because they're in the first position, I would just like to see historically how we've done over time. Have we gotten better, give or take? I'm not going to get into some federal, national moment of debate. That's not my point here. I simply want to know what our numbers look like at the local level. Can you make sure we get that, guys? Matt, can you provide that? Do you guys have our historical data?
I actually do, and in anticipation of that question.
You knew I was going to ask some data questions.
I might have it right on the tip of my fingers, and I can send it to you in writing.
Take your time. No, you don't have to do it now. We'll keep this moving, but by tomorrow, can we ensure we get this information, guys? I don't need it right now.
I'll certainly have it to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Carter. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Any other remarks for it? All right.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Carpenter, you have the floor.
So, well, Madam Chair, this may be a question you can answer. Who is on the Benefits Committee board at this time?
Okay, it's myself, Human Resources, Finance, our CFO, and Tisha Carter, who's our director. We have our Commissioner Guider, serves as the Vice Chair. I serve as the Chairman of the Benefits Committee. We have Iena. Can you give me the remainder of the names?
The Deputy County Administrator.
The Deputy County Administrator.
Representative from the Sheriff's Office, representative from Fire,
Yep.
and a representative from the Judicial System.
Yes, Stacy Farmer represents the EMS. Yep.
So as those are some of the same names that when I was on there. So one of my suggestions is, Madam Chair, if we could start getting some new blood onto the benefits board. I think that would really help us to kind of see things differently. I know historically we've kept the ones that we've kept, but I think it's imperative that we try to utilize some new eyes, new blood, new way of doing things. My second question is, in terms of finance, I know we're getting ready to go into our budget retreat. How are we looking in terms of picking up this additional cost?
CFO, Madam CFO, if you would just respond to Commissioner Carpenter's question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And let me preface it by, no, I don't want the employees to have to pick up the cost, but I know somebody got to pick up the cost. But how do we absorb this and keep everything in line with what we know we've already been asked from other departments?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Carpenter, we have looked at that and have included it as an expenditure in the recommended or the proposed budget that we will be discussing on Wednesday. And it was included in the first draft of our budget book that was sent out yesterday.
Okay. And
It's a challenge, but
okay.
we're working to get there.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want honesty. I just want to make sure you and Chairman Jones are really looking at that and
Yes, ma'am.
to ensure that we can meet these demands. This is a lot, even though it may not seem like a lot to those who may be watching. 5% here, 5% there, 3% here, but those add up. And our fiscal policy says that we're not to spend more than we bring in. So in in terms of that, we really have to look at how we are aligning these costs. So back to you, Ms. Carter. Thank you, CFO Bivens.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter, my my homework to you within the next 9 months is to make sure that you put out a good RFP working with procurement to ensure that we are really maximizing the benefits and the cost savings that we can materialize. Anthem, Blue Cross, all of these providers may be great, and I've worked for many of them, but there are ways that we can get our costs down because we are a big employee system group. And so I want to see us do better in terms of cost, and I want to see us do better in terms of maximizing our dollars within the benefit community. So that Ms. Carter? Yes. Okay. Great. So and I don't know if our procurement director is not here, but I'm pretty sure she can work with you in order to get that taken care of. That's it, Madam Chair. I yield. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carton. In response to your comment earlier, we do have some new faces, so we still have the same departments represented on our benefits committee, but we have a whole new group of individuals, because some of those individuals that were serving several years ago have retired and moved on to other parts of their lives. So we do have that, and also we galvanized, and I certainly don't want to dismiss what the benefit committee has done in terms of that pharmaceutical costs. I believe this year we are saving close to $1.7 million just on that pharmaceutical costs. And we will continue to look at it more from a macro level, more comprehensive, but that pharmacy cost is one that's critical, that I knew coming on board that we could get it down and certainly address that formulary. And other areas, I agree with you, we need to take a look at as well for cost efficiency, but that pharmacy is big. Keisha, if you could, Director, what is our savings? I want to make sure the board is aware of what the pharmacy savings cost of Matt, if you could provide those numbers. Matt, your mic is muted.
I'm sorry.
What is the savings on our pharmacy costs this year?
On the slide, it had it, year to date, we were through September about 1.3 million, and we're anticipating to be almost 1.9 million.
Okay, at the end of the year, because right now you're just year to date, but then once we annualize it out, it's 1.9 is what you're looking at.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, we will continue to look at Commissioner Carton and all that board. We will continue to look at it from more of a macro level, but we wanted to hone in on that pharmacy piece. I knew we could generate a savings. That's one that was a quick win, but we will continue to look at others as well. If there are no further comments from the board, we're going to move on to the next item, which is tab number 12. Authorization to purchase 2 industrial mowers from Van Sant's Lawnmower Sales and Service for the Parks Maintenance Division at Sourcewell State. Contract pricing at a total cost of $25,816 to be funded through the general fund as recommended by the Parks and Recreation Department. Director Gary Dukes, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We are requesting to buy 2 commercial mowers. These are the mowers we use to maintain our parks, ball fields, playgrounds. It does come as a recommendation.
When you say in the budget, Director Dukes, your budget or the general fund?
The general fund budget.
Okay. All righty.
Recreation Department's budget.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, it's in your recreation. Any questions, board? All right. Thank you. Pretty self-explanatory. We're going to move on to 12, tab number 13, authorization to accept. Thank you so much, Director Dukes.
Yes,
tab number 13, authorization to accept bond payments for the Capital Indemnity Corporation Flat River Insurance Company in the amount of $210,000 and $25,000 for paving and repairs in Stonehaven subdivision. Amend the budget as needed and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Our Deputy Director, Travis McDonald, you have the floor. There you are.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Again, my name is Travis McDonald. I'm the Assistant County Engineer down here in Development Services. I'm here to talk to you today about Stonehaven subdivision. It's about a 70 lot subdivision. It's off of Big A Road, which is in Commissioner District 3. The roads were originally built in 2006, but no houses were built at that time. The original developer provided bonds for the final paving of the roads, but then he went out of business through bankruptcy. The subdivision was vacant through 2021, and since then Green River builders have been building houses in there. We've issued permits for about 60 out of the 70 lots in the subdivision so far, so it's time for us to look at paving, doing the final paving on the roads in the subdivision. We called in the bonds that we had on hand, and those bonds totaled about $235,000. We've talked with Public Works Director Heath Cowart, and his staff came up with an estimate of about $135,000 for the county crews to do the paving of the roads in Stonehaven subdivision. So we're asking the board to approve accepting the funds from the bonds and amend the budget so that we can have the county crews get these roads paved. And one final note is that this is the last of the subdivision bonds that we've been holding on to for the past 10 plus years since before the housing crisis. So this gets, we've been able to complete the paving of all these older subdivisions through the bond program without any cost to the county.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Assistant County Engineer. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
All right, Mr. Dow, repeat your last statement about this is the end of the bonds that we have on. Say that again.
So we have bonds for the final road improvements whenever a subdivision is developed.
Correct.
And so we had a whole list of bonds that we've been holding on to since before the housing crisis. And as these subdivisions get built out and these roads get paved, then we're able to either collect on the bonds or release the bonds. And this is the last of those bonds that we've been holding on to from these subdivisions that were originally developed before the housing crisis, but the houses weren't built to the point that we were ready to complete the paving of these subdivisions.
No, I understand. So what tributary had to go to until they got to a certain place, they were topped off. All right, so, but we do have bonds for current projects, yes or no?
That is correct.
All right, that's what I want to make sure. I want to clarify for the public that you didn't say we're totally done, because you need those bonds. This is something that we're dealing with when developers come. They make their money. They don't fulfill their amenities, their swimming pools. I've got one going on right now with Perennial Walk at Lake Monroe. They're gone. Where the bonds at? Right, and so we've gone through that with Palmer Falls. We have these incomplete. They were sold a dream, an American dream, and it wasn't fulfilled. Regardless of the market, regardless of the macro, citizens just expect to get what they bought into, and we as oversight have to ensure that there's some degree of like, okay, so what are y'all up to? And I've always had this conversation in the prior administration, like, okay, well, you don't really want to regulate developers. Like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because I gotta live with my citizens when they complain about their subdivision. Right, so we can get into this narrative. But it's like, no, guys, these guys come and they make their money. They gone. Now, I get it. I mean, all y'all real estate people, I get it. Look what you're doing to the people. You're praying and you don't fulfill it. And all they want to do is be able to go down to the pool and walk the kids around it and stuff. Right? The swimming pool. The swings. And you know I have two of them I'm having to deal with right now. We got to go find the developer. We've done that with Palmer Farms. We had to put a moratorium down. Like, no, you go come back and finish this. Right? So some of our jobs, we have a tough job. Every now and then we have to do our job. Not talk about doing our job. Not being neutral. But like, okay, so where y'all going? And so I'm sure we'll take this up as we get into our retreat, these type of conversations about the bonds that were required to be put up. Are they enough? Obviously, that's a collective board. conversation. And then how do we act on that? And Mr. McDonald, I know you're doing a great job. You guys are doing what we gave y'all. But I mean, I'm looking at the aftermath, and I know it's buyer beware. I'm gonna have to err on the side of the citizen. As much as I love economic development and all those things, real estate, I have a problem when I hear the heart and the pain of citizens who don't have an advocate. That like, okay, at least we can put some things in place to try to put some borders, boundaries. That's all we're saying, borders and boundaries. We're not trying to control and puppet it. But at the same point, like, come on, guys, just do what you said you're going to do in that regard, right? And so, yes, we know life happens. We know bankruptcy. We get that. But we still need to have some type of protection that while you were here, you need to be paying it to the fund so that we can at least offset some of the costs, to your point. We can't do it all, but what we can do. So I just want to make that statement, Madam Chair, regarding bonds, that we do need to look at this. Are they enough? I'm just curious, is James Worthington out there? Let me ask James. Is James out there?
Yes, sir. I'm on the line.
All right, James, just weigh in on this bond thing. How much do we put aside for bonds per subdivision? Is there a formula? What does our current policy say?
Yes, so there is a formula, but so what we're doing bonds for currently is for final topping and sidewalks.
Yeah.
Those would be your typical kind of put off items. Amenities now, the way our code's written, amenities have to be installed prior to issuance of a final plat.
Mm-hmm.
So there will not be any houses built prior to the amenities being in place. Now that is not the way it was years ago. So that is a change that we have put in place to address some of the issues you've been referring to. So we don't bond the amenities because they will be in place now prior to the issuance of any building permits. So what you see is what you get now. When it's time to start building, the amenities should be there. And we do have some on the books that are coming in place that will have. So this will kind of be a new era, if you will, for Douglas County. So looking forward to that.
No, I appreciate your comment, because it was during our watch we made this significant change to ensure protections were in place, the bonds. But to your point, do the sidewalks, do the topping, that you just can't get on up out of here. That was material. You guys remember that? And we shut down that community for 2 years. Right? That was major, but I mean, their housing prices stagnated. They got it. They were in on it. We had Citizen Hall packed. Right? But it mattered. Right? Because again, I get capitalism, but not on the families, man. Just, I mean, you make enough money. At least make sure they're housed, that they can get what they get. Right? So that's important. So I'm glad to hear that that's in play. But that means that there's an in-between. Mr. McDonald said, no more bonds from pre-recession. We know on our watch going forward, we should be okay. But I'm hearing that there may be some little pockets in here, sort of kind of. So for example, like Lake Perino Walk at Lake Monroe, there's some things that were expectations. Is there a way to go back and I'll stretch, Madam Guys, where like clawback? Is there a way I can go get that? I know she went through some things during the great, I guess the great flood that we had. But how do we cure some of this stuff? And maybe is there a legal way we can go back and still hold them accountable for incomplete work? Because you are out there marketing, you are out there with your flyer, you out there, Mr. Real Estate people, doing what you're doing to push these properties. The citizens getting there, and it's an okie doke. Is there anything that you know, James?
Well, so we have looked at, I guess, creative ways to make sure the county doesn't bear any of the cost and still accomplish everything. Most of the time with these older ones, when a new developer, new builder comes in and buys everything out, we're kind of ensuring all of those requirements are met under that new developer. And that has worked so far. Some other municipalities were doing kind of like impact fees and things like that. Our previous legal team had said we couldn't do that for various reasons, so we were unable to go that route. But I think we're in a good spot. I don't have any cost passed along to the county or its citizens. So I feel like that was a huge success for the county, because a lot of municipalities had to eat a lot of the costs for bankrupt developers and banks. So I feel like we were very successful on it. Not to say it was perfect. There's hiccups along the road. But I feel like we're on the right track. And I don't know of anything that we really need to change just yet. I know we're looking into it. Travis, do you have any input on that? I mean, I feel like we've got everything pretty well covered at this point.
No, you don't have to belabor the conversation. We're good. Again, one more time, it's, our job is to listen with you guys and your implementation, your execution, and just provide some oversight. And if we need to make adjustment in policies, we have to take this stuff up. But one thing I'm going to leave this with, Madam Chair, County Attorney, I want you to take up that, I want you to look into this no impact fees. We cannot. When people tell me what we can't do, we'll find a path forward. Because I've got this book here that my prior commissioner gave me, a whole book from ACG dealing with impact fees. So I'm curious as to why, if ACCG promotes it and I got to go to a class on it, and yet somebody tells me I can't do it. I want to know, was that a political answer, or was it a legitimate path that we just chose not to do? County Attorney, can you look into that for us, impact fees, and is that an option that we can pursue to help offset some of this, sir?
Yes, we will look into it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, any other questions, comments? I see you, Commissioner Carter. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this question may be for Director Coward. I heard our engineer state that we would use in-house versus subbing this out. And I just wondered why were we using in-house to pave the roads? And then I have a second question, follow-up regarding.
Okay. Well, it would be cheaper, and we have the equipment. I think we've spoke about it in the past. Some folks we had got equipment in, and we have not been using it, which kind of due to the COVID it was forced that route. Well, I've got guys. We're still 6 vacancies short, but we have enough to do to run that equipment. Okay. And the guys do a great job. They know their job, they can do it, but the only thing we lack is a milling machine. Other than that, we can do it. So this is like the first big job back into it since for whatever reasons they were pulled off. And I think it was just lack of people, circumstances, getting the equipment or having drivers. So this is just hey, we're here and we'll show you. We can do the work.
I like to hear that, right? So I had a question this weekend from a constituent regarding the paving that's going on in Stewart Mill, and they just really weren't satisfied. And I know that's probably a SPOS project that's kind of outside of you, but we've had some other constituents to talk about the paving that wasn't the best. And I just want to make sure that, one, we're getting you the training. 2, you say you got the equipment. 3, we're actually meeting the standards. Again, it goes back to that customer service and meeting those KPIs that were brought to us in the beginning. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. We're doing the work that the constituents expect of us, so that we don't have to redo things, because that takes more manpower, more time, more money. So
yes, ma'am. Absolutely, we're on the same page. I mean, we have been answering. So even these independent contractors that get the bid, when they don't do the job correctly, our guys are out there holding them accountable and making them redo it. So, and there's been a lot of that in the last year. So I'm not going to speculate as to why, I think, but I can tell you we're holding them accountable, and a lot of stuff has been redone. So I'm excited for the guys to get back and start doing their full job. And I really think that will probably help with our personnel, vacancies when they see, hey, we got nice equipment, we got good stuff to work with. It's easier to get people to do the job.
Got you. I know Stonehaven is a fairly really big subdivision, and so the district commissioners, we hear it all. We're the first ones to get the call, and of course I usually loop you in, and you've always done a great job at getting back to me. I just want to make sure we can stop it on the front end. Let's
ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Cracken. Any other comments? Okay, if not, thank you so much, Travis McDonald, James Worthington, and also Director Howard as well. All right, board, we're going to move on to our next item, which is tab number 14, approval of the Douglas County Purchase Order Standard Terms and Conditions pending final legal review. Director Amons. Attorney Amons, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I believe that if we could table this item for the time being, our Director Ammons has been under the weather.
Yes.
And I believe that she's still out right now. So if we could table this item, we'll come back to it once she's better.
Okay. Clerk, did you hear that? We probably just make sure this item is just removed from the agenda for tomorrow until our Director of Purchasing and Procurement is better. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, you're welcome. We're going to move to tab number 15, approval of a lease agreement rent-free of the Coroner's Building from the City of Douglasville in connection with the sale of property previously approved, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Our legal department, Attorney Coleman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you recall, we entered into a purchase and sale agreement with the City of Douglasville to sell 2 parcels of land in connection with the development they were doing there. The purchase agreement had an inspection period of 6 months in it, and the closing was to occur 10 days after the end of the inspection period. They would have made the closing in early November. They notified us that they wanted to cut the inspection period short and close early. We agreed to go ahead and start looking at the closing documents. The city presented to us as a part of that a lease. If you recall, in the purchase and sale agreement, there was a provision which said the coroner could continue to occupy its space for a period of up to 2 years. So they wanted to have that set forth in a lease. There were other ways it could have been done, but they wanted a lease. We looked at the lease, we've negotiated it with them, and it was my belief that even though it is a part of the sale of the land, since it is a separate document and that has rights and responsibilities, that the board needed to approve that lease. So that's what this is. It's rent-free. It has some provisions in it, but none really. There's one provision I need to clarify in terms of their ability to take down the tower, but that's something that's we can clarify today. And otherwise, I think the lease is in pretty good shape.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney. Any questions for Attorney Coleman Board? All right, we'll move on to the next item, tab number 16. Is approval of the 2022 Optimization Act for Alcohol, CB-10, Community Service Board, CB-40, Economic Development, CB-50, Finance, CB-60, Human Resources, CB-80, Procurement, CB-100, Travel, CB-130, ACAB, which is CB-110-1, and Technology, CB-120. Vice Chairman, I know these are the legislation that you're bringing forward. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the citizens of Douglas County for obviously tuning in. This is an annual process that we've just begun as a Board of Commissioner to take up legislative matters directly. As our charter indicates, county charter, each commissioner can bring forth any legislation they so choose in a matter. And so this is something that in working with staff, and there's really three ways that legislation can be derived. The county attorney can bring it forth, staff can bring it forth, and we as a commission can bring it forth. And so through those three, but we typically all work together. These are matters that are before us right now, something that we all have probably heard about along the way over the past year. Last year, we had obviously some legislation work that derived what our countywide increase minimum wage was passed. So these are major legislative items. They're not necessarily to be text amendments per se. They're things that matter both either internally or externally. Last year's legislation also allowed us to get done, make sure that you guys all got a 10% raise in public safety and 5% for who? Everybody else. Based on what we talked about key performance indicators and the associate satisfaction. But we heard the cries. But we as commissioners, we have to legislate that matter. We have to appropriate behind that. Everything doesn't have appropriation with it. Sometimes some things can just be legislated. Some things can be a legislative unfunded mandate. But nonetheless, we've got several items that we're going to take up. This should go fast. This is our final reading of these matters. I think the county clerk is on standby. I know staff, the directors who obviously were significant in putting forth the subject matter expertise, y'all are on standby. Again, to my county attorneys, thank you so much for being involved in this process. And I know you will capture it after the fact. Again, and Madam Clerk, can you distinguish, there's about 9 items that we're going to talk about today. We started with about 15, but only these 9 actually got traction with the support of my peers. And thank you guys for weighing in and sending in your written comments accordingly. I respect that. And they will be acknowledged. Madam Clerk, can we distinguish just for a moment, though, the difference between an ordinance and a policy, please?
The policy, the board has the option to adopt and without holding a public hearing. An ordinance amendment is actually an amendment to our Douglas County Code of Ordinances. It does require a public hearing. We will have to advertise 2 weeks prior to that public hearing.
Okay. For the public notice, we have, again, this is our third reading of what these policies are going forward. There was a calendar and a schedule associated with this. With this final reading, if the board so chooses, the 4 or 5 ones that are on here right now, they can go straight to a vote tomorrow. But there are about 3 of them that are ordinances. Madam Clerk, can you identify what the ordinances are, please?
Yes, sir. The ordinances would be the ones regarding to alcoholic beverages, the procurement, and the Animal Control Advisory Board.
All right, so to my peers, those 3, we can talk about them, but they must be legally put in Oregon, advertised, and a public hearing. So I'll acknowledge them in this. You can weigh in if you choose to, but it has to go through its own process. And Madam Clerk, when do you think that would be anticipated, please? Based on our conversations last week.
If we approve to advertise during tomorrow's meeting, we can have the public hearing on November 29th. Hold on. Yes, November 29th.
November 29th. Mm-hmm. And we'll make sure we capture this for my peers to keep up with this. All right, let's just go ahead and jump right into this then. I'm going to move this along as fast as I can. County Clerk, you've got, not certain which one of you going to do it, or your Deputy Clerk is going to read just the abstract, and then behind that will come our staff director that's responsible for this, and we'll go from there. We'll facilitate on it. We'll make this as fast as we can.
Okay. Do you have any preference as to which one I start with?
Yeah, let's go to order. Alcohol. Grab it first.
Okay, let me pull that one up.
That's CB10.
Okay. I have the summary for both sections. Is that okay, just to read that summary?
Yes.
Okay. Summary of proposed changes to Chapter 3 and Chapter 12.5 of the Code of Ordinances in regard to public consumption of beer, wine, and spirits in its public buildings and parks. Section 3, do you want me to go on and read the?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's some.
Section 3-53 in regard to temporary alcohol permits, it is proposed to be modified as follows. Section 353A.3 requires that a temporary alcohol permit be authorized, but removes the enumeration of the departments that must authorize the permit to eliminate conflict with the code. Adds a provision that an approved permit must be obtained by the County Parks Department for any event held in a county park. Minor amendments to the Unified Development Code are also recommended and will be brought forward separately. Section 353B.1 and 2 clarifies that the fees of the ordinance are minimum fees and allows the Board of Commissioners to adopt a revised fee schedule from time to time, specifies that a maximum number of temporary alcohol permits to be issued in a calendar year for any organization is 4, unless a license is otherwise obtained in compliance with the code. Section 353B.3 clarifies that any applicant that wishes to exceed 4 temporary alcohol permits must obtain a special use permit to host temporary events at their location or facility prior to obtaining any temporary alcohol permit. Section 12.5 through 17 in regard to alcohol beverages in parks is revised to remove the limitation on beer and or wine and clarifies that the alcohol permit is issued by the county and not specifically the Parks Department. Alcohol licensing is issued by the Occupational Tax Department. All changes are summarized below and highlighted in yellow on the following pages. Text with a strike through indicates that the section is proposed to be removed. Text with an underscore indicates that the section is proposed to be added.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Is Allison Duncan?
Yes, sir.
Are you out there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. That was very well written. Can you bring clarity for the public what Madam Clerk just said? Can you make this simple?
Sure thing. If I could just share my screen here for just a minute, I think that will help.
Yeah, give us the screen context this, please. Thank you.
Can y'all please tell me if you can see my screen now?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Lisa, for reading that information. Just briefly, alcohol regulation in Douglas County generally falls into 3 categories. So we look at the regulation of off-premise consumption sales, we look at the regulation of on-premise consumption sales, but really what we're focusing on today is the regulation of temporary alcohol permits. That is the box that I have outlined there in red. And if I can just go to my next slide, I've tried to break this down into 3 basic questions. So the first question that we're trying to answer with this amendment is first of all, are we going to allow consumption of liquor in county parks? Currently, right now, there's a little bit of a disagreement in our code under the section relating to parks. That is the Article 12 or Chapter 12 that Lisa referred to. Currently, if you are wanting to pull a temporary alcohol permit for an event in a Douglas County park, you can only serve beer and wine. Our temporary alcohol permits do contemplate the service of beer, wine, and liquor. So the first question is we need to understand if it is the will of the board to amend the code to allow beer, wine, and liquor served in county parks. And then the second question is who is authorized to act upon temporary alcohol permits? Because currently under our code, to receive a temporary alcohol permit, you must also have a special use permit. So we are just trying to align the language between the Unified Development Code and the Code of Ordinances under the alcohol section to make sure that we have kind of the same administrative process for issuing that special event permit. So assuming the board acts favorably on question 1 and question 2, then the third question that I would put forward to you is just some cleanup, in terms of the administrative process for doing, all of those things. So in summary, if there's the consensus to move forward with the approvals that were just identified on the previous slide and was read by the clerk, then we will also promote another text amendment to the special event permits presented at the November 29th Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting that will clarify which departments must sign off on a special event permit and clarify the path of appeal if all departments do not sign off on a special event permit. So I'm not certain if I added clarity or made it more confusing, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have about this item.
No, thank you for that. And you bring up a good point. There's something, conversation I've had with our county attorney that, as you can see, our policies are unaligned. I've got a big emphasis on what I call a single view of everything, whether it's financially or legally. They all must align. And so here we see an unalignment. So I'm going to yield to my peers in just a second, but I got a question for you. Is alcohol allowed in Douglas County, and when and how did that happen? First, can you answer that, Allison?
When you say, so I'm going to ask you for some clarification. When you say alcohol, beer, wine, and liquor,
spirits, was it passed by a referendum? Let me do better.
Was the ordinance passed by referendum?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have the answer to that today. I'd have to go back in the code and see when that specific section was adopted.
Okay. Can you find out clarity for that? That's going to
Sure
be
thing.
When do we go to Sunday sales?
I can find out the answer to that.
So those are key questions, because I got a couple questions from some citizens. I'm like, well, it's already allowed in the county. You voted on it. All right, so I need facts. I think for the board to really take this up and move it forward, which is okay, guys, it's already allowed. The question becomes, do we allow it in what you want to call special use permit for a venue that being owned by the county? Now, you've got public buildings, let's just say Deer Lake for the sake of the conversation. Someone can rent Deer Lake, and right now, does a special use permit allow them to, for the county, is it allowed? Yes, no?
In my opinion, right now, the ordinance that governs the parks says that beer and wine only would be allowed in parks. The ordinance that governs temporary alcohol permits does contemplate that we could issue a temporary alcohol permit for beer, wine, and liquor. That is one of the points of clarification we seek from the board as to what it is their desire to allow in the parks.
And this is why I need my county attorney, which I'm sure he's looked at this. That's the point. Which is higher, the county or department? Right? I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but I would want to get that answered as well. I need the chronology of when these three things came into the county. Get the facts. And secondly, I'd like to know that, okay, well, what's higher? The will of the people that enabled it, or department? We clarify that. Now, from an economic development perspective, now here we are in the middle of SDS and loss. Now, the conference center allows alcohol. I'm sure I'm going to see a couple of y'all at the gala soon. And now, how are we going to be competitive? How y'all going to do this? It's inconsistent. It's allowed. But how do you control it? I think you can control it through the special use permit process. So Allison, my last question is special use permit process. Is that, I mean, it's not guaranteed, right? You have to fulfill certain thresholds, and it has to be a certain number of people. I mean, how does that work? Because again, it doesn't guarantee that it's going to get done. Somebody has to approve it at each special use permit up to 4 times a year. Is that correct?
Sure. So a couple of things to clarify.
Yep.
There's a special event permit that is for a one-time temporary special event versus a special use permit, which is sometimes we give special use permits for a specific facility to have ongoing events. So say we have a farm tourism site, they wanted to have ongoing special events that's kind of above and beyond their specific use. That is a special use permit as opposed to just a one-time special event permit. That might be, something where a business wants to have, something where they set up in the parking lot and they have sort of more of a festival type atmosphere. Or if somebody wanted to come and have an event in the park and they want to do something that might bring a larger number of people, that's a special event permit. Currently, special use permit, you're correct, that has to go through public hearing in front of the Board of Commissioners. That is a zoning action. Right now, under our code, a special event permit is an administrative action. It has to be signed off by several county departments, including the fire department, the risk and safety department, the sheriff's department, planning and zoning, and transportation. And assuming you get sign off from all of those departments, the special event permit is generally assumed to be administratively approved. Right now, we allow 4 of those to be administratively approved annually. If you want to exceed that number, we require you to go for a special use permit, that zoning hearing, in front of the Board of commissioners. If that helps to clarify those two similarly named items.
No, special use event. It's about the event, a one time. And you're saying that this really is an administrative issue that is already allowed. It just needs to be signed off, and that we're in conflict on the venue. In other words, if I wanted to be on, I don't know where I was this past weekend, somewhere on Highway 5, and it was a non-county building. Could I have gotten a special use permit or event for that?
If it was a one-time event, we probably would have recommended a special event permit.
Yep.
If you wanted to have alcohol there, that is a separate temporary alcohol permit. You would have had to have the special event permit administratively signed off by the various county departments before we could issue the temporary alcohol permit. But assuming all approvals were granted administratively, then that was something that would only have required an administrative approval.
So it would have never gotten to us if we didn't have this unaligned policies and processes. This is and that's why I brought this forward. This is administrative. And to my peers, we need to give staff clarity so they're not confused about what to do, and that the rights or opportunities for people are not infringed upon because our code is not clear. So we need to take an official position on this. I look for you guys, again, it's administrative. This is not necessarily a policy change, but nonetheless, I'm going to yield now to my peers. You might want to weigh in on this. And yeah, go ahead. What was that?
Commissioner Guider.
Yes, Madam Guider, you have the floor. I yield.
One thing you mentioned was the conference center, which is in the city. It is governed by city ordinance, not county ordinance. Our vote to sell liquor was to sell it and to have pouring license in certain venues, such as a restaurant, such as a cigar bar, or anything like that. But we never mentioned public facilities such as the parks and buildings. The sheriff is against this, and he's the one that's going to have to deal with drunkenness or whatever in the parks. Most people think of the parks as a family venue, and I just don't think it's appropriate. But I would just like to say the alcohol in parks and public buildings, I'm personally opposed to it, to widening the sale of it. We already have the wine and the beer under special permits, and the sheriff's office has to provide deputies at those events. Any such act to do so should require a public hearing. It is an ordinance. So didn't we have to have a public hearing for an ordinance? So if we're going to widen this, we would have to have another public ordinance and advertise it and have public input in it. But pastors are against it and citizens. I've already had several emails today from my constituents. I don't know if they're in my district or not, but they oppose this, and they even quote or provided some links to the CDC website about percentages of adults who drink, and hard liquor is a little different than beer and wine. So I would be opposed to this. I think the citizens would be opposed to having it in the parks. We already cannot go to the mall after dark, and we can't go to bowling alleys after dark. So we need to keep this county. We need to maintain the family unit in this county. And this is a direct attack on the family unit when we start drinking hard liquor in parks and in public buildings. I guess when you say public buildings, they could have a gala in the courthouse and drink hard liquor. I think wine is more of a social drink. I mean, people don't just drink it and drink it and drink it, one glass after the other, like they do hard liquor. So I know a lot of the pastors are against it, and I know a lot of the citizens are against it, and I personally am against it. But if this moves forward by the majority vote of this board, I would say it needs to go before the citizens in the form of a public hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you for that, Madam Gutter. Very well articulated and stated. I got 2 emails this morning from some citizens. One I really could appreciate. The other one was just, sort of to the side. It's not worth mentioning it. And I did have a conversation with a pastor last Friday. I think he's going to be here tomorrow. I'm bringing invocation, and also talked to the sheriff directly. And it's important that, yes, his voice, it matters in this, of course. And again, as I spoke to him, it's like, well, Sheriff, if you need 8 people, then you put a condition down for 8 people for that. But I'm going to go back to 98% of the people act right. Right? Only 2% of our population are in a felony status. Only 10% of us get what that misdemeanor, maybe drunk driving up to a year or less, depends on what your situation is. That means that 90% of people act right. Right? So I do recognize and acknowledge that's those who want to do the spiritual side. But it's always it's about choice. There's degrees, like you got degrees of criminality, felony, misdemeanor, tickets. Same thing, beer, wine, alcohol, it's degrees. I think my point in bringing this forth is be consistent with your legislation and make sure who has the authority and who doesn't. Sometimes there's some implied authority, like, okay, where did that come from? What makes you think that? And I think all I'm wanting to do is for the board, we can just come together and clarify for the administration, but this is what this is going to be. It needs to be clarity. It's unclear. And so we just clarify. So if you build a new building and you put some, I don't know what y'all are going to plan on building here, but if you were to do something, and I get the city, and thank you, Madam Guider, for the city comment. Got it. I get it. That's my point. Right? I get it. 2 different worlds. But I just want to bring that up. But the board will decide this, and I'm not leaning it one way or another, but I do know that there are people that are impacted by the inconsistency of our code. And that's all I'm trying to bring light to it. We're smarter than that. We definitely can fix this one way or another, and however it falls, it will fall. Anybody else want to weigh in, guys? Let's keep this one moving.
May I ask you, I'll make one more comment.
Sure.
As to who should issue any permits. Right now, I think the sheriff's office issues the permit for the beer and wine. So I think it ought to remain with them. I would not want it under the Parks and Rec.
And just to clarify, it's the Occupational Tax Department. We do issue all alcohol permits are issued through occupational tax over here in the courthouse. You do have to, the Sheriff's Department is a partner in that they do provide the background checks. And then the Sheriff's Department does sign off on our special event permits. But we are currently the department over here that issues, all pouring licenses, all sales licenses, and all temporary event licenses.
Well, I would like to, if this goes to that extent, I would like for it to remain in the same procedure as it is. I would not want it under the Parks and Rec.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
I would agree 100%. They have no say. Got it. All right. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I just had a question for you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Is this like for one-off events, just special permitted that we had an adult concert in the park or something, but not every day, right? I'm not looking for it to be just a standard. That's in my mind. A standard permit. It's just if you had a special event that was maybe if we utilize one of our parks for something that was adult related, no children at all. I'm just trying to get an idea where we're going with it.
Well, if you allow me to weigh in, I would think like if somebody want to preserve boundary waters or Deer Lake, a field or whatever, it would be contained. It would be controlled. It's I never foresaw this that we can go out there and BYB and be all over the park. That's not what this is about. It's a special event. It may be a commercial interest associated with it, but it's not some broad brush like, okay, come wild out. That's not us. That's not Douglas, and that's not what it's about. This is one more time bringing clarity who really has authority to make a decision on a special event permit, right? And this is what I'm getting with our planning is on. Like, okay, they're confused, board commissioners. We have inconsistency. That's why I know my attorney. Guys, this is inconsistent. All right, so you got something that's been on the books. It might have been the way you've done things, but you changed, the law was changed by the public. And you didn't update your policy to reflect that new position. So, but we can put conditions. And so I'm sure to answer your question, all I'm looking for is consistency. And if you can go, Allison, one more time, special event permit, up to 4 times per year. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. We can approve that administratively up to 4 times for the same individual or organization. Up to 4 times can be approved administratively. Anything beyond that, we require them to come through the zoning action for a special use permit if they want to have the ability to do ongoing events.
Gotcha. Okay. Anybody else? I'll keep it going.
Yes, Vice Chair Robinson.
Yes, Commissioner Carthy, please weigh in.
So I'm trying to get my head around just to make sure that I'm understanding, because if I got a question, I'm pretty sure the public got a question too. So my question is in regards to sort of what Madam Chair said. This is not for your consumption. This is basically if you wanted to have a, let's say, 60th birthday party at, let's say, Lithia Springs Senior Center. And right now, if you wanted to have a bartender and you wanted to have, special spirits, I don't know, because I don't drink, so I can't think of one right now, margarita, I don't know, anything like that that has liquor involved in it. Right now, we can't allow you to do that. That bartender would only be able to serve beer and wine at that 60th birthday party inside of the Lithia Springs Senior Center. Is that correct?
Allison?
So I would weigh in on this. Right now, what we're looking at is, what is under the Parks Department ordinance versus, what we have allowed under our temporary alcohol ordinance. So we would probably have to take a look at it, if it's something that is in a county facility. The specific issue is that we are trying to address is dealing with it in county parks. And I guess that the question would
all
be
facilities. I thought this was for all facilities.
It's for facilities.
Like courthouse. So it's all facilities. And so Lithia Springs Senior Center is one of our facilities.
Right. So again, what I would say is that right now we have the ability under our temporary alcohol permit to issue a temporary alcohol permit for beer, wine, or liquor. If somebody applies for permission, public or private, facility, with the exception it's expressly only allowed for beer and wine in parks under our code of ordinances. And again, it is contingent upon getting a special use permit that is signed off by Sheriff's Department, Transportation, Fire, Risk and Safety, and Planning and Zoning. So it's maybe kind of a nuanced answer, but if any of those 5 departments refuse to sign off on it in a county facility, therein we may have another conflict. That's why we would need to update the Unified Development Code to clarify what happens when somebody wouldn't sign off on it for something in a county building. To my knowledge, it's not a request that we get very often, in terms of the alcohol service. When we have had this request before, it has been for beer and wine only. So this is the first time we have had to understand kind of where this line is between, beer, wine, and liquor versus beer and wine.
Parks. I get what you're saying. So you're saying that the nuance here is really for the parks. For the others, you can, you can actually handle. But if we're going to clean it up, it needs to be cleaned up for all facilities. At least that's my take on it.
I would recommend.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Allison, because otherwise, we need continuity. so that you all administratively can do your jobs. So I would really wish that, you know, this request, I think it's too many hands involved in it. I definitely understand the sheriff's department. I definitely understand fire and EMS, making sure that, you know, the amount of people don't exceed that. But if you're in a public facility, more than likely you wouldn't exceed that. So I don't know. I think it's just too many. It's too many hands in the pot to get this done. So I wish that we would kind of take a look at it. And again, that this would be a facilities policy, not just for Parks and Rec. But that's my 2 cents. I just wanted to understand and clarify that. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner Carson, 3rd District. Allison, but to the point, something you mentioned about the sheriff, and I don't want to overemphasize his voice in weighing in on anything else. Is this a committee of those 6 or 7 people that you mentioned, and do they all equally weigh in? Because your question, if one doesn't sign off, that it doesn't stop it, or does the code say it must be unanimous?
So again, to your point about kind of the lack of clarity in the code, the alcohol ordinance does not align with the Unified Development Code in terms of practice right now. So I believe we need to align those two pieces if it is the will of the board to clarify that. And then I think we do need to expressly state, is it all or nothing in terms of signing off on the special use permit? Or is it a majority? That is not expressly clear. In terms of the permit, you know, process and the approvals. I think the other thing that we would need to clarify is the appeal process. Currently, right now, the appeal process would go to the Planning and Zoning Board. We would need to understand if, for instance, like this, you know, where it would involve something like alcohol in a public property, does that need to go directly to the Board of Commissioners? So we tried to kind of break it down step by step into what the issues are, just to understand what the will of the board is. I recognize that it is complicated. If we need to spend a little bit more time talking about that, we're willing to do this, you know, given the complexity of that. But again, we're just kind of trying to align all of our policies to understand what it is the will of the board and how you want to move forward on this issue. Staff is basically going to administer the ordinance you give us. We feel very much that alcohol policy needs to express the values of the community, as stated through their elected officials. But I'd also be remiss if I didn't note that some of my other colleagues, you know, who may need to weigh in on facilities and parks, you know, could also share information that could help you inform, you know, your decisions. You know, planning and zoning and occupational tax, we just kind of administer the process, but there may be others, you know, who can give you a more informed opinion about day-to-day operations in our facilities and in our parks, and they could be worth hearing what they have to say as well.
Thank you for that. Chairman of Parks Rec, Commissioner Mitchell, the 1st District, again.
Sure. Thank you. But, you know, first of all, let me say to Allison, thank you so much for trying to align this complicated beer, wine, and liquor type of ordinance and or where we should go and shouldn't go. But it is truly complicated. And I think a lot of this, let me back up. I agree with Commissioner Carson. I think we definitely need to take a harder look at to align the policy and make sure that it because it's not aligned. I would agree. But as my colleagues know, I'm not ready for this particular change. However, I think we need some time with it to make sure whichever way that we end up going with this potential policy, that we are in line, not that we need the total blessings of the sheriff or any other department. But I think, yes, there needs to be some form of alignment and cleaned up and the policy, I agree. But I think there's a little bit more work that needs to be done before we get to this point of saying we're gonna allow liquor, hard liquor, or whatever you wanna call it. And I agree that's all still spirit, it's still a form of alcohol. It's just, the only difference is there's one that's what I call a hard liquor, and there's another one that has a percentage of that form of liquor within it, like a beer or wine. So that proof measurement is a little bit different. And I get why we probably, you know, need to align this thing and get it right. But I also understand that the general public and and I too have had many calls and emails and things about this, that we probably shouldn't move in this direction. So I do hear from my constituency, and I understand why, but I also hear that we should, to align with other surrounding counties and cities and everything else. So I don't have an answer for you, Vice Chairman. I've been reading it, trying to understand kind of which is the best route. So I'm not anywhere yet. I'm just in my discovery mode still. So I'll leave it there. And I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was good. I get it. And I think it distinguishes, again, it comes down to, do you want it in the parks versus public venue? And I think there is a way to bifurcate this and separate. Just say, okay, guys, maybe I want impure parks, maybe you want fields and control, maybe you want inside the building, like HOAs got their Christmas parties coming up. We all know that. And people have different, I mean, the citizens voted this in. So we're just taking this question out because we have to take up hard questions every now and then without running from it. And so, but we do have confusion out there about what can and can't be done. And at a minimum, the five of us are smart enough to be able to at least bring clarity. And with the staff that we have, with the county attorney, surely we can come up with a position that at least aligns everything, regardless of what the outcome is. Just be clear. And so, like I said, I'm not leaning it one way or another, but let's just keep this moving. If you guys are okay, I think, Allison, this really is an administrative issue that obviously could have come up through planning and zoning, then to the Board of Commissioners. Are y'all okay with us not taking any action on this right now? My fellow peers, if you don't say that, I'm gonna assume that you don't want to take action right now. We can take this back up, like Allison, at our next meeting. When did you say, November 29th, Allison?
So November 29th, we do have the text amendment if we want to talk about the special event permit. So I will remind you, the November 29th, we do have 10 items on that agenda. So be forewarned, that may be a long meeting as is. I don't know if it's the best meeting to kind of get into a long discussion on this, but of course I'm here as long as y'all need me to be here. So we'll leave it at the discretion of the board if they'd like to put this for a lengthy discussion on that agenda.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the board, I mean, there's what you got to do internally, and then what we have to also do. They got to coexist. And the board can still say take no action, but I want to keep it moving along, guys. But I hear y'all say, let's think about this a little bit more. We have an opportunity to bring it up on the 29th. It is the board's discretion whether they want to take it up on the 29th. But are y'all okay with pausing now and coming back on the 29th at a time to be determined? Are y'all okay with that? All right, I guess.
Vice Chairman, I'm just trying to feel the atmosphere. I'm not sure what the board is saying. I'm just not sure if they want to take it up at all. And I'm not sure, it's quiet. So if the board could say something, that would help.
The clarity is the code.
Yeah.
You're all right. We put it this way. Your electrical circuit is disjointed. It's not aligned. All we're saying is just fix that part. In other words, clean it up. Just, if it's not going to be in the parks, then say it. But don't just leave things out there that's inconsistent. She just explained it. It's inconsistent. That's all we're trying to do is clarify that. Get the lawyer. Well, we got these lawyers in here. Clean this up, guys. Clean up the code.
I see what you're saying. It needs to speak specifically to the park to make sure that if it's not included, it needs to be stated as such. Makes sense. Okay, that's.
And I go along with that.
All right.
That we should state that, and the public facilities also. There's plenty of private venues out there that people can rent to have 50 or 60 birthday parties. We don't need to, if they want to use our facilities, they need to go by our rules. No hard liquor, so.
All right, so again, Madam Chair, it sounds like two decisions, like, let's clarify it. Anybody else? Can I get a concurrence from somebody? Let's just clarify the code, please. Commissioner Carthen, Mr. Chair? No?
Consistency. So whatever we decide, it needs to be all across the board. It's public facilities, parks, senior centers, courthouse, whatever we own, tax commissioner's office, wherever we are, just like the conference center over at the city of Douglasville. I'm pretty sure that their code is consistent throughout of where they can, handle their types of events and what can be done. They even have where, you know, if it's food, it has to be this type of vendor. So there are plenty of things that we can do for consistency and safety regards, but the first thing is just to make it consistent.
Yep, condition. All right, that's 3. All right, you good, Commissioner Mitchell? We'll bring it back to the next meeting. We'll have some type of position. Take a position, yes or no, in or out, and keep moving and give staff what they need by way of direction. Because that's what Allison is asking for. Can y'all give me guidance? I can't do this without y'all. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to keep this moving.
Okay.
Go ahead, keep it moving, yes.
Yeah, all right, good. All right, you got that, Allison. We'll come back to this. All right. All right, let's keep going. The rest of them should go easier. All right, let's go to CB40, County Clerk. Let's keep moving.
Okay. CB40, Community Service Board.
Yes.
The BOC desires to coordinate justice and the health system, reduce recidivism and duplicity, establish a streamlined service delivery model, including both community partners and governmental agencies, ensure equal and direct mental health assistance, increase social service access, restructure case management / post re-entry and recovery, maximize diversion opportunities for training, justice, and treatment communication, collaboration, and the delivery of support services among justice professionals, community treatment service providers, and governmental behavioral health authorities, ensure proper transitions from mental health courts or other court-based programs to community health services, community mental health services, provide essential behavioral health training for first responders, ability to shift funding needs according to community trends and situations, such as opioid crisis, COVID-19, 988 response, etc. Consider 5 or 10-year funding term through a continuing resolution. And I'm not sure if that was supposed to be 911 response.
No, you hit it right.
Okay.
No, that's good enough. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so to my peers, we're going to keep this going, Madam Chair. All right, is Director or CEO or CSB Ray Lightford out there? Madam Chair, you see Ray?
He's not out here. Let me see what I can do to get him on. Vice Chair, if you want to move to the
keep
next
moving
one.
in. Let's move to the next one. Yeah. Can y'all make sure deputies, make sure your directors are online and ready to go behind us so we can keep this moving, please? All right. Lisa, let's go to number 50. CB 50. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. This is for economic development.
Yep.
The BOC desires to establish, affirm, amend, and or abolish the following county ordinance or department policies in whole or in part. Also, the BOC desires to proclaim, resolve, and or establish certain policy statements and positions to guide, alter, clarify, and or direct administrative plans.
Okay. There was, I think this was a short one. Can you read the next, the policy itself, the statement is there, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
CB50 Economic Development, CB50-1. The BOC desires to reevaluate, improve, restructure, realign, and optimize tax incentive plans, fixed allocation of tax proceeds, park and recreation fund outdoor equipment, acquisition and maintenance, job and wage commitment, evaluation study, and terms. Through the advancements in technology and the impact of inflation, many companies seeking property tax incentives from Douglasville and Douglas County are qualifying at the highest tier of our incentive offerings. The tax incentive plan should be revised to counteract his reality. 1 minimum wage and investment thresholds for incentive qualifications should be increased, thus recasting options across all of our tiers. These adjustments will result in more tax dollars being collected from new and expanding projects.
All right. Thank you for that. Is Chris Pumphrey out there?
Yes, sir. I am here.
All right, Chris, you have the floor. From the Board of Commissioners, go for it.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. Well, good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to present this in this Optimization Act. As we have noted in that statement, a number of the companies that are seeking a property tax incentive plan, and this is really just kind of on the recruitment phase of it. These aren't necessarily ones that are coming through to like full fruition. But what we're recognizing is that when we offer an incentive plan, they are maximizing at our plan, and that's really not what it was intended for. It was intended to give a field of options based on job and creation, average wage, and capital investment. And the plan that we had basically had certain thresholds. It was it's a points generating system. So that for every $7.5 million a company invests, it's a point. For every 35 jobs they create, it's a point. And for every $2.50 interval above the minimum average wage, which I think was $15 an hour, there was a point as well. So we've had wage inflation. We've had inflation as it relates to just product inflation, equipment and what have you. And so it's raising the points that they're earning because our thresholds are where they are. And so the ordinance that is in place now is the same ordinance for both the county and the city of Douglasville. And so what we would recommend is that we go through the modification of both of those ordinances to reflect thresholds that are more in line with where things are, so that every company is not getting the maximum amount of property tax incentive available.
Okay. All right. So you got, in essence, you've got to coordinate both jurisdictions to make this go. This is the first pass with us to get our feedback on this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Then let me just pause for a minute. To my peers, you guys want to weigh in on this one? This is important, and I don't disagree with his suggestion that we tighten this up. Yes, ma'am. Chris Carson, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
All right, go right ahead, ma'am.
It's so funny because Chris and I briefly spoke about this the other day, last week, I think it was. I'm all for this. I think we definitely need to update this policy. Our director, our Parks and Rec director, has stated so many times that, one of the great ways that we could upkeep and manage our parks is through the funds that we can collect from the developers who are coming in here, because it just is an enhancement of quality of life. So for us to be able to go ahead and put together a formula, and I look forward to that piece of this, put together a formula that can help us enhance our cultural, our arts, our parks and rec. This would just be a win-win for the not only for the Board of Commissioners and not only for the Economic Development Department, but for the county as a whole. So I really look forward to this. I'm hoping that my peers understand how important this could be, and I believe that this will actually help us to attract more developers once they see how committed we are to the quality of life that we provide for our citizens. So yes, I'm all for this one. Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Chris. Thank you. I yield, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And I do recognize, Chris, I'm sure you heard her say there's two parts to this, how we fund this. If this is true, you came up with a formula. Is one, you bake it into their bill, or we do it on the backside. And that's something that needs to be tackled. Do you have any comments on that, Chris?
Yeah, it's a bit more challenging for us, because basically what happens is they get basically a percentage of what the property taxes that they would need to pay. We call that a payment in lieu of taxes, but those go directly to the tax commissioner, and the tax commissioner basically makes the determination based off of if they're in the city, if it's city, county, school, how that payment is allocated. So we actually have no control over that. That would be up to the Board of Commissioners, I think, to make that decision on how those dollars are used. If there is a way to attach something to that, there might be something there, whereas you basically attach a special service fee or something. But that goes outside of our expertise to be able to weigh in on.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, think about my tree fund and anything else on. Just create a fund on the backside. You make your payment, then we take some part of that off your payment and put it in there. I mean, there's a path forward, Chris. And I'm sure we can put our minds to this. But I'm very interested in my other two peers and what they got to say. Commissioner Guider, you want to weigh in on it? I know you're gonna say something. Come on, please.
Well, I want to ask, in the synopsis that you had about DSCB 50-1, what do you mean by fixed allocation of tax proceeds?
I think just to this point right here. In other words, when something.
That's what you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
It's maybe allocating
A dedicated amount, 3%, 1%, just like we do with a tree fund. We just put
Well, I know, but this is something a little different because this is an exemption to big corporations. I suggest that we can continue to use the budget process because they're going to be paying it into the general fund. The tax commissioner collects whatever percentage they're at during whatever year they're in. But I would suggest maybe we look at impact fees, and I do know we can collect impact fees because I've talked to other county commissioners, and they don't have to issue abatements because of the impact fees. It pays for all the infrastructure that has to go in, and I mean the developer actually paid for the infrastructure, but I don't think we ought to attach any funds to a certain item because we're deviating from the budget process. The budget process will take care of the equipment if we do it properly and it's maintained properly. But I think we could be looking at impact fees in the future. Maybe not this year, but in the future. That we should look at that because a lot of counties use impact fees.
And I can weigh in on that part. I heard that part of the discussion earlier today. I know there was a huge, significant look at the utilization of impact fees that was done prior to my coming on board. But I know our department our office has a number of huge binders full of studies and reports on impact fees.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those have been used. I know currently our Water and Sewer Authority uses it for a very specific purpose. But those definitely have been used in order to enhance and for beautification and what have you of communities.
And the infrastructure such as turn lanes and things like that, and curbs and sidewalks and whatever. But they should be, if they're going to locate here in Douglas County, they need to pave the way to do so. So, but I don't think, we shouldn't deviate from the budget process, I don't think, on these, any savings. But I do agree that we should raise the minimum wage requirement. And these do need to be monitored. We saw that in the committee that was established to make sure that they were adhering to the agreement that they signed. And when they exceed that, then they're taxable on anything they did not bond or whatever they do when they close out on these abatements. So and we caught several that should have been taxed on a certain percentage of their capital, and they were not being taxed. So we need to continue that committee so that we do monitor these, and we have that clawback clause if they don't adhere to the agreement that they signed to get the abatement. So with that, I yield.
Thank you for that. No, Madam Guy, I think we're on the same page. There's raise the minimum wage is one part. The other part was to align some kind of way to have some type of dedicated, back to Commissioner Carthy's point about our quality of life. And you can use the obviously the budget process to facilitate it. Madam CFO, make a note of this. We will talk about this. It can be done. They can coexist. It's just the fact that that's just a trigger for us. No different than a tree fund. And so I think that's important. But nonetheless, Madam Chair, to that point, Chris, how many people are in our incentive plan today? How many firms are on the wall?
I'm gonna guess it's somewhere between 13 and 15.
All right, okay, there's 7,000 companies in this county. And we're talking about 13 to 15.
Correct.
Now, I don't want to go overboard, guys, with setting y'all expectations and how y'all need to look at this. It's not some order of magnitude that, oh my God, we're giving away the farm. We're not. But in exchange for our vote, for our agreement, you got to do us a little bit better than that and raise that minimum wage or something up. Madam Chair, have we, I know you were the chair of that committee. Have you guys met regarding that recently to see if there's anybody that's outstanding, or are we all smooth to go? Are they complying to Chris's point?
We have not met, but Chris and I have met one-on-one just to make sure everyone is in compliance. And our last meeting, as everyone is, it's my understanding, are in compliance right now. Am I correct?
Yeah, we have one company which is unfortunate news, is actually shutting their operation down. And so they would be technically not in compliant. However, they've never really gotten started. So we are working with Authority Council for the City Development Authority and Council for that company to basically unwind the deal. So this year actually is technically year one. And so there's no back non-compliance on that one.
All right.
But otherwise, we're all in compliance with the other,
Yes, ma'am.
as we discussed. Okay.
Correct.
Hope we answered your question.
Yep.
Vice Chair,
Yep.
we're in
Thank you.
compliance.
Thanks for that.
Mhm.
Commissioner Mitchell, come on, weigh in
Yeah.
on this one.
I just only have one, Chris. So we understand though, you're looking, because I know you and I have had many conversations, and I just kind of want to make sure that we're all clear of what are you trying to do here, and that is you want to expand what you got because one size doesn't fit all, especially looking at what we had years ago versus what we're trying to do now, and what businesses and or attractions mechanisms that's needed to attract and deal with and or offset and or kind of move a company forward in Douglas County. So please kind of expound on that thought there.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So it's not necessarily to expand what we have. It's really to just reallocate projects amongst our scope. And so we have 15 eligible schedules that a project can qualify for based on jobs, investment, and wage. And what we're finding is almost every project that comes in the door is hitting the highest schedule, which means those are typically like the best projects that fit within our parameters. And so what you're seeing is that where a company who would normally have applied, met the 14-point schedule is now meeting the 20-point schedule, and that's our maximum schedule. And so what we're trying to do is kind of reallocate where our thresholds are, raising our thresholds for qualification so that every project is not qualifying at the highest end. And in those highest end ones, those have the greatest percentage of taxes, that are abated. And so what we're trying to do is shift that back to where it's not all hitting at the top end.
So your request
is to modify the ordinance, and so our thresholds are within the ordinance, and so, however, it's the ordinance for the city and the ordinance for the county. So those both require public hearings in order to go through that process. And so this, just from a policy standpoint, is just speaking to the fact that we need to raise the bar for qualification for tax incentives.
Got it. And I just wanted you to say that, Chris, so that we can all make sure that we're all speaking the same language and understand that this isn't just the county conversation now, but this will also need to travel, through the city as well to reassure that we all will be on the same page. and we'll all be speaking the same language, and it will help you in that development authority positioning you to kind of, work best in the best interest of both, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Well, I don't have anything else. We've had ongoing conversations, so I get it. I just want to make sure that it's being said and clearly stated, so we won't be confused as to kind of where you're trying to go.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you. So to this point, Chris, do you need a resolution that would authorize you to move forward to the next step? What would you like out of this right now? Because I know you got to coordinate 2 jurisdictions, and it's not us just making our decision tomorrow. What do you need tomorrow? A resolution?
Yeah, the support in the form of a resolution would be great, and that also just speaks to our ability to move this forward, and your obviously ultimate support of where we're going with it, with the intention. Obviously, once it gets down to the ordinance, there will be further details that you still will have to approve.
That's it.
But yeah, that would be great.
All right. So you work with our county attorney, and you guys, Madam Chair, like to craft this for tomorrow for Lisa, so we can have something to act on, which is we're just authorizing you to move forward to the next step. Like always with you, we see you down the line.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Correct.
All right. Madam Clerk, you got that? We're going to come up with a resolution for you tomorrow. Chris Pumphrey and Michael Coleman will make sure that's crafted, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right. Is Ray Lightford out there?
He should be. Ray, are you on the line?
I am here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Vice Chair, he's here.
All right, Ray. We just read your abstract and summary, so now it's time for you to fully bring forth what you're trying to do. You've only got 3 to 5 minutes to say this, and then we've got to take questions from each of my peers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. So basically what I'm trying to do, and I think that you all should have received a summation of Senate Bill 403.
Mm-hmm.
In it entails that now the responsibility of community services boards is to provide crisis response to all local law enforcement and first responders. And so as you look at the abstract that I had submitted to you, you'll see the 4 different areas in which we asked for additional funding. You first had the level 1, which is the overall general funding for the actual citizens of the county as far as normal outpatient services and response, which we were requesting, I believe, $500,000 in that area. The second area that you will see of mention will be as it relates to trauma-informed care with our youth and adolescents program, which we already started and broke ground on our innovation center for kids that are experiencing serious emotional disturbance here in the county. And what that entails is youth that are involved with defects, or how would I say this, foster care, those that are involved with law enforcement as far as inside of the family treatment courts or the juvenile court systems, individuals that are going through bullying and it's had adversely impacted them as it relates to education, and so on and so forth, pregnant teens. There's a gambit of those. And inside that, you'll see that we have requested, I think it's a total of $700,000 in that area. And that also involves law enforcement for the teen response as well.
Okay. All right, so those are three sub areas that, and so with this new legislation that came from Senate, when you said SB, that means Senate bill. So that's our General Assembly put that forth, right? 403, and that went into effect, what, July 1st, if I read it right, around that time period?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to yield right now and let my peers weigh in on this one. You guys, well, one clarity. So, Ray, where you're funding, you mentioned the $500,000. Let's, for the record, I need my CFOs out there. Clarify for us that the Board of Commissioners is coming to the conclusion of a 5-year resolution to fund Ray. Is that accurate? Are we at the end of that 5 years? Can somebody weigh in? Or are we in year 4 or 5?
This is year 4 of us, and it was a 4-year funding resolution initially. So this is coming to an end in December. So this is the new set of funding going forward.
Right. Okay. I just want to clarify. All right. So we're already funding you at this level. We want a continuing resolution for this into the future. I'm sure my county attorney would look to me to say, make sure that, as you know, board, we're not binding future administrations, because it's an annual budget process that would actually allow for us to say no in the future. But nonetheless, it's just showing our commitment that we spend less than 2% of our overall budget to try to deal with this situation. And so I think we're heading in the right direction. But please weigh in, guys. This one's wide open. Look forward to hearing your comments.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I do hear additional requests, which I believe the 500 is already in play. But I believe, Ray, that you indicate 700,000 additional. Is that what you're asking, or can you, in addition to the 5? So that's like, okay, 1.2. Is that what? Okay.
That is correct.
All right. So that's what I'm hearing. And also, Board of Commissioners, in the future, we may have to deal with the crisis center. As you are aware, that behavioral health is a major issue, not only in Douglas County, but across the nation, as a result of the public health crisis that we still are experiencing. And a crisis center is something that we may have to look at as we go forward. I really appreciate Ray bringing forth the information to you all this morning about the teen center, something that will be unveiled sooner than later. We're really excited about that. But of course, he's asking not only for the 530,000 that's been presented every year, but an additional 700. So I believe that's what I'm hearing with my ears. So to be specific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Madam Chair, you finished?
I'm finished.
Yeah, no, you bring up a good point about I hear you, Madam Guider. You bring up a good point about the ask and the different centers he's got going on. The whole point, though, is to do a better job of optimizing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We've got accountability courts. You got a lot of silos in providing services to the same population of people. And I'm hoping, Ray, that there is a plan that will go forth to allow us to do a better job of coordination. Is that true?
I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Robinson. Yes. As it pertains to the youth center that we're developing, the actual family treatment and juvenile courts will be held in that facility, so that there's a comprehensive collaboration between community health as well as the judicial system working together to make sure that we have all levels of support available to those individuals that are involved in that court system.
Okay. Are you involved in sort of coordinating of the services themselves, screening, grants? Are you involved in those rooms, or are you sort of just CSB? I mean, are we together? And that's easy. That's yes or no. Don't make it hard.
Absolutely. So we are involved in the process right now, not at the level that we should be. And hopefully, as the judges get a hold of Senate Bill 403, they will see some of those key intangibles that are asked of the CSBs as far as our written recommendations for individuals to be placed in those accountability courts in lieu of incarceration, and also the ask for us to work with the wardens and jail systems to look and identify individuals that may be incarcerated that should be in other programs. That's actually the nature of the Senate Bill 403, is to involve CSBs as the behavioral health authorities over regions.
I got you. The last question before you, Madam Guider, is that, okay, so I heard something about you're now part of public safety or law enforcement in essence. As this thing ramps up in the 988, that means that you literally would have to have, when EMA, 911, the fire, everybody shows up. That means that perhaps we got some type of mental health thing that you're going to be there.
Absolutely. They have mandated that we now respond to those calls with the behavioral health professional on site with the rest of the first responders.
Right. So that sounds like equipment to me. That sounds like dedicated. I need y'all to pay attention to this now. Now, you know, it's always those unfunded mandates, and I'm sure that the General Assembly will come out with additional funding opportunities or grants to sort of make this move forward. So I guess right now this is an unfunded mandate, which means we got to go do it, and we've got to pick it up at the local level. So sounds like some reappropriation to me. But nonetheless, I just heard you say that, and this is okay, guys. We got to get ahead of this. It may not be next month, but at some point this is coming, and it's basically a restructuring of the way we deliver services to the community. Like the guy did with the violent criminals, which is the sheriff, and then let Ray and his team deal with those matters, those separate matters. All right, Madam Guider, please, you got the floor.
Yes, thank you, Director Lightfoot. So you're asking for an additional 200,000 for the next how many years?
It's an additional 700,000, Commissioner Goddard, and it should be for the next 5 years.
I thought I heard the chairman say that 500 was already funded.
Yes.
No, and I said
we
an
are,
additional 700, which is 1.2 million.
And this is due to the mental health issue? Is that what you're saying?
that as well as due into our new elevated role for 24/7 support of law enforcement in response to 988 calls.
Yeah, that's mental health.
Yes.
But there's no grants for this. If with all the funds coming down from the federal government, there's got to be grants for mental health because the pandemic shutdown caused a lot of the mental health problems. So,
Absolutely, Commissioner Goddard. There should be grants coming out. As far as the General Assembly, they said look for appropriations coming within the calendar year. I know SAMHSA is working on some funding as well. But our issue in total that just to support law enforcement, this is probably going to cost the CSB well around $3 million. And so what we're really asking for from the county is just seed money. A great example for one fully loaded psychiatrist is $250,000 by itself. And to have that person working nights and weekends, it'll probably be a little bit more than $300,000 to employ someone like that.
Well, that sounds like something that a grant would pay for too, because it's specialized. It's a specialized field. So, what if you get a whole bunch of grants and then we've allocated 700 additional thousand for how many years are you wanting us to lock this in?
This will be for 5 years, Commissioner. And if we got additional grants, then what I would do is come before the board and let them know that we are funded and allow those funds to be reappropriated as needed or to address any new issues that may arise.
So I remember with the Cobb Health, we allocated some funds, but we didn't give it to them until they needed it. Do you remember that, Madam Chair, a few years ago? Could we do something like that? Because this is, I believe there's going to be lots of grants because this is mandated, and this was, a lot of it was caused by the federal government shutting the county down, the country down. So they're going to have to pay the pauper for what the choices they made. And you mentioned also something about DFACs. Have you already talked to the DFACs board? Have you already talked to the sheriff's office? Have you coordinated all of this with the other departments that you're going to have to be working with?
As it pertains to the response component, we have talked to Fire EMS. We have reached out to the jails as well as some of the courts. I know that I still have scheduled meetings coming up this week and next week with law enforcement, some more law enforcement agencies. Once again, this is something also that is region-wide. So I have about 105 different law enforcement agencies that have reached out to us to provide the support. There are 152 counties in Georgia and only 21 CSBs. And they're mandating that we—
159 counties. There's 159 counties.
Oh, correction, 159 counties and 21 CSBs that they're asking to support all of those counties.
But have you talked with the DFACs board? You're not cringing on their responsibilities, are you?
Oh, no, not at all. What our responsibilities are is to ensure that there is a centralized network of health professionals that can respond to those calls. We're not taking anything from them. All we're doing is being there for assistance in the initial contact period to verify that there is no mental illness or substance use disorders that may be impacting certain situations. And then as far as the youth themselves, it is to provide follow-on support to them, especially those individuals that are aging out of foster care, to ensure that they have a better opportunity of being successful adults.
Yeah, well, I just know that you might be called to a house where the parent, maybe it's a single parent home, and they may have mental disorders and they've got small children that's suffering from it. So you're going to have to work with DFACs. So have you talked with the DFACs board?
We have not talked to the DFACs board at this time because we've been talking directly to the first responders that get the 911 or 988 call, because that's what we will be responding to initially with them.
But you're not, so you said something a while ago about the defects.
Yes. What that was alluding to was the youth center that we're going to work to put all resources for those defects workers along with social workers in one centralized location, as well as the school systems and everyone else. So basically, when those individuals need some kind of psychiatric support for the youth that they're dealing with, they'll be able to come in that system to get psychiatry, therapy help, as well as we'll be able to provide parenting classes and other supports to the parents to make sure that kid is going back to a more holistic environment that is geared toward success.
So you do plan to meet with the defects board and our local sheriff. I don't care about all these other, I'm talking about our local sheriff.
Absolutely. I just met with Fire and EMS. And like I said, we just got this last week, and as soon as I got it, I sent it out to all of the commissioners. But we just met with Fire and EMS chief last week, and we have more meetings set up going into this week and to next week as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just wanted to clarify how many years and whether or not it was an additional 700 or 700 total, rather than but over $1 million now. So, okay, so we got to come up with $700,000 just for your department. So, things, yeah. We've got our work cut out for us Wednesday. I hope the public watches all this. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
All right. Thank you. I mean, this is a good conversation. I'm looking for my other peers to weigh in on it. But again, public safety takes what, 33% of our budget to share it by ourselves. We spend less than 2% of our entire budget on DFACs, the seniors, and the CSB combined. It's not a hard decision to make. Right? There's enough room and spread in there to do this. Yes, we raised some seed money early on when we first came on board. Right, really it was a 5-year commitment, but okay, we gave you 4 additional to make it out 5. What's the difference? Are we committed to mental health? Right, or we just, it sounds good on flyers? Are we gonna really put funding behind it to ensure that we can actually be out here and do right? The mental health facility should not be the jail. And one thing that I always love about this board is that you'll make the right decision on matters that matter, right? It matters. It's a function of birth, right? And it's the board's birth. Board will weigh in, and if this gets elevated to what it needs to be, because it's important. There are people being impacted, right? By a 100-year pandemic, it was global. And so now we're having to respond to that. But in the meantime, we got to give Ray what he should get. You guys will weigh in accordingly. Ray, there was in here, it said 10 years, but I want for clarity. I'm hearing 5 years now. So we'll make sure we make that clarify. If the board wants to move forward, it's a 5-year commitment to the tune of the numbers that were submitted. Is that accurate? Right?
Yes, Commissioner Robinson, that's accurate.
5 years. Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that. Commissioner Carthen, Commissioner Mitchell, y'all want to weigh in on this topic?
Yeah, can I? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Carthen. I'll
Commissioner Carthen, come on.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, in light of, there is a common theme here for today. And we had Lieutenant Colonel Pounds on earlier, who was accepting a grant for somewhat of support of officers. I think it was $100-something plus thousands of dollars. And I asked him, would you be using that to help certify or get officers certified to help with the mental health capacity and going out to other individuals? Can you talk to me a little bit about that? Because what this is this is kind of like it goes in line with justice reform. It goes in line with mental health. It goes in line with, you know, the thing that Governor Kemp wanted was to ensure that there was some type of co-responder justice, co-responders going out with our safety personnel. And I think that's why they've now put CSB under safety. Am I correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Carthen. Yes. So basically, the first thing we have to identify is that any criminality is a behavior. If you're stealing, it's a behavior.
Right.
Rape is a behavior. And the General Assembly has paid attention to this, and they also have paid attention to first responders being strapped with trying to identify where these individuals should go and what should happen with them, as well as trying to do what's best up under the law enforcement umbrella. And so in Senate Bill 403, there are about 5 key areas that they really want CSBs to focus on. The first area is, like I said, this crisis response team component to help assist those first responders. The second thing is that they want us to establish law enforcement liaisons to review crisis response cases and for inmates and for those that may be pending a sentence, to work directly with the judicial system and the DA's office to ensure that people are being placed in the right situation. The next thing they want us to do is that they want us to be able to respond to individuals that we've identified within 48 hours to start reentry services and getting these people geared back up to come back in, which is housing, employment, follow-on group support or mental health treatment. And then another key area they want us to work on is that we have been established as the primary trainers through public health for mental health first aid and community intervention training for all law enforcement. So we're actually providing that training right now through the entire state of Georgia. Douglas County CSB is with public safety.
Public safety. So this is a huge undertaking because you hit like 3, 4, 5 different agencies just within that. So I can understand why they put you all under public safety, but mental health, it isn't just from this COVID shutdown. It's across the board. It is behaviors that we have to address. So I think, we need to get some continuity. We must in this county, because the Board of Commissioners, we only got, like Commissioner Guidance said, it's going to be hard, Wednesday, because we only have a certain finite amount of money. And so these grants and these other areas of where these dollars and cents are coming in at, we're going to have to utilize them. We really are, so that we will have one central base so that we can cover the areas that you just talked about, because all of it, the justice, the judges, the DFACs, all of this is intertwined. And so how do we do a better job at customer service, at continuity, and at making sure that financially we're meeting the goals of these mandates that have came down from this Senate bill, this House bill. So I look forward to our entire administration, and I know Chairman Jones can really kind of help us with this, and our finance team to really hone in on how we're going to be able to do this, how we're going to be able to meet this need, because at the end of the day, it's going to fall back on the Board of Commissioners. That's why you're here. So with that, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Robinson, I yield.
No, I appreciate that. Again, we're trying to optimize. That's the whole point of the theme this year. We're trying to optimize things. We finally got our minds around the whole system. Now let's align it with very key decisions. Commissioner Mitchell, come on, sir.
Yeah, okay, and I'll be brief. Mr. Lightfoot, so thank you again, and I truly appreciate all that you're doing in that mental health lane that you've been in, and we truly appreciate that, though. But just for clarity, we're looking at an additional $700,000 roughly, just easy math, that we're looking at trying to come up with to complete this particular bill that's forthcoming, that you would actually be able to but you'll be able to move forward in this particular programming to help from the judicial side, the sheriff's side, and just when it comes down to mental health, correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. Absolutely. But this is the seed. In total, we'll be trying to bring up about 3.5 million to run it 24/7.
Right.
But yes, what this initial 700 will allow us to do, it will allow us to be able to retain either one psychiatrist or 3 therapists to operate in evening hours and weekends for quick response, as well as what it will also allow us to do is to purchase some vehicles to be able to respond and meet individuals within the community wherever they are, as well as having that backup youth center for those youth offenders. So we have a place for those individuals, because right now we don't have a juvenile detention center here in Douglas County.
So is this enough seed money? Because what I'm hearing, from what I'm hearing, the need, I don't hear 700. I hear more than 700, but I get it. This is the seed. I'll leave it there, so we won't try to get into the weeds and the details of this. have you been able to? Oh, let me ask you this: is your approach from a CSB perspective? Is this going to be more of a regional approach? Because it sounds like you're trying to cover not only Douglas County, you're covering everybody else, or is this all about Douglas County?
Thank you. So twofold. This ask right here is specifically for Douglas County.
Okay.
And what we're doing is we're actually going after federal grants to support this at a regional level, because most of the federal grants ask us to do it at a regional level. So I'm making sure that Douglas County is taken care of first. And a great way to look at this is that Senate Bill 403 says all levels of leadership, of law enforcement and response. So that's fire, EMS, that's sheriff's office, that's Douglasville police, that's school police. So it's not just the sheriff's office that we have to support, and it's anyone that responds to those type of calls falls into that umbrella. And so that's where we said, but yes, this ask is specific for Douglas County.
Got it. And the reason I'm trying to get there is this is like I said, is a regional lead, and I'm glad to know that you're looking at federal dollars and even hopefully some state dollars to kind of pull down and pulling down any dollars that you pull down. Because I think you're covering a lot more grounds than Douglas County. How do you allocate, appropriate, or separate, for the need of Douglas Countyans, that the dollars that we're providing versus everybody else? How are you going to kind of break that out to make sure that, because we ran into this unique moment with Cobb and Douglas. I don't want to run back into that same vein.
Absolutely. So Commissioners, I'm glad you asked that question. So what we do is that we will have crisis response teams per county, and they will have their own independent budget. Right now, we operate about 14 different separate programs within the CSB umbrella that we're very accustomed to be able to separate this. And we have our own administration as well as accounting teams that do a very fine job of separating those lines. So this program will specifically have its own entire budget.
Got it. And I want us to make sure, because, Vice Chairman Robinson and I have been advocates for mental health. And I mean, this just didn't start a year or so ago. This has been a long time coming, because I know I was one of the ones before we built the Taj Mahal jail that I said if I could take in at least of that $100 million, took 5% of those dollars and used it, well, it was 10. If I took 10% of those dollars and used it for programming, which we're doing now, we wouldn't need a Taj Mahal jail. But at the end of the day, it passed. We got a Taj Mahal jail, and now my goal has been to try to keep it empty, and take care of those that have mental challenges out of that jail, because that's not the place for them. They just have some unique moments that we need to address. So again, this sounds like you're biting off a whole lot. But do you have the team, with boots on the ground? I mean, even though you don't have the 700, counter now, but are you prepared? Are you kind of planning ahead, anticipating if we move forward? And I'm going to say that when we can find out where these funds will come from, then, are you prepared? Or I guess that's when you'll get into the hiring stage and moving people around and making the adjustments, I guess.
So absolutely. What we've been doing now is that with the team that we have in place, we've slowly started to expand duties and responsibilities for my current team so that we don't leave our first responders high and dry.
Right.
If we do receive this additional funding, then I'll be able to ramp up to make sure those high usage, high frequency call hours are being able to be supported as well, just not the normal 9 to 5 routine. One thing that we've already done is that we've already placed a individual as far as reentry services, working with individuals that are being released that have a high likelihood of recidivism. We've already been running that program with the jail now for going on 3.5 months. So that was phase 1. Phase 2 will be able to have someone that's responding with EMS, because right now my statistics tell me that EMS gets a lot of the calls for the mental illness and also for the overdose populations. So my next move will be trying to place someone with those individuals and then expand all the way out to the rest of law enforcement.
Wow. This is a lot. And I know mental health has been an ongoing, challenge, and definitely needs to be addressed. And I'm just so glad this board understands that, and understand that, bringing you on board was the first biggest step in the right direction of saying, we'll take ownership of it and we're going to make sure that, you know, this sector of folk will be taken care of. So job well done. I mean, the hardest part is, I know SB 403 is an interesting bill that looks to be going to be mandated to local government. But if you're pulled out of the county for whatever reason, are you able to, you know, that county where you had to pop off into? Because I think it's more about taking care of the problem than not. Are you able to offset some of your cost, even going to hypothetically Paulding County or South Fulton or whatever it may be? Because, you know, not that we don't want to help, you know, the fires. My deal is this: if there's a fire and we got the trucks and it's right next door or whatever, go put the fire out, and we'll worry about, you know, the cost, the expense situation down the road. But don't not go across the street because it's within the city, or it's within another city, or another county, or another jurisdiction. So how are you kind of coming through with on that vein?
So, so basically what's happening right now is, I would say it's the wild, wild west of CSBs. We have a lot of local governments that are reaching out to all the CSBs and trying to gauge by proximity who they want to utilize for services. My standpoint right now is to focus primarily on Douglas County. For the bordering counties, if they need assistance with outpatient services or those things that we already have in place, they're more than happy to be, you know, opened up to them. But they have to make a commitment for us to be able to support them at the level that will support our local community.
Got it. Okay, so you're already ahead of that. You're already thinking along that line. Okay. Yeah. So you know, the only part that's kind of a little interesting, I don't want to make it nervous, but that additional $700,000 that we trying to look at, where do we pull that from to really justifiably, not justified because it's justified. It's just where do we pull it from, you know? Because as we all know, as Vice Chairman Robinson stated, you know, the sheriff takes up the greatest portion of this budget, and it leaves us with just, you know, enough to basically continue to operate. How do you do it though? But if we're dealing with the school system, you know, and with children of, you know, that age, if we're dealing with, you know, some folks that may be crossing the city lines or whatever, how do they kind of pay into the bucket though? I'm just trying to, in my head, trying to figure it out. I mean, I don't know if you know the answer to that, but how do they pay into that bucket to help out, you know?
I can't answer the funny question on that. On that end, but what I will tell you is that we're actively going after grants right now. We're in the second phase of a grant that we submitted 2 months ago to SAMHSA for youth with serious emotional disturbance for $2.5 million a year over the next 3 years. And so that will help a lot because that ties directly into the purpose of the Senate Bill 403 and us trying to come up with proactive ways to stop involvement with law enforcement versus being on the reactive end. So we're constantly looking for funding opportunities.
Smart. Last but not least, so you will be doing some tracking to reassure kind of where the point of service happens. So when asked, we can say whether it was in South Fulton that you had to drive off to get there, do what you got to do. Okay, I get it. But we definitely, I think, and even the state and the federal guys will probably want to know, like, okay, this is bigger than just Douglas County. You know what I mean? So, and maybe that might lend you more dollars when making a request from a grant perspective.
Absolutely, which one of the actual key points of that bill as well is that we have to develop standardized reporting that's got to be available to the community as far as response, intercept, and recommendations to law enforcement. So it'll be a comprehensive report that even breaks down how many people we recommended have services in lieu of being sentenced, how many were approved, how many were denied. So it's robust. So yes, the community will have access to those reports and it will help us in the long run.
Just make sure that tracking is on point though, because I think we're going to find interesting where that I'll call it the point of service, you know, the POS is located in, and that's why we need more because of that, you know, from even in that jurisdiction hypothetically. So, okay, well, thank you. I'll yield at this point. And again, job well done. I mean, I think you're doing an excellent job. I mean, you came in running and you stood up and just kind of did an excellent job at what you do. So thank you again for all the hard work that you do for that that lane of mental health and veterans and seniors and all that good stuff. So thank you again. I yield back.
Thank you. Look, this one, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I think that we can move this to tomorrow for just a pure policy statement for him. But because it has dollar amounts, we need to take that into the retreat. So it's sort of like an unfunded mandate. This is where we're going to go. Here's the policy. And you and to our peers, we need to settle how we're going to do that. I know we've got additional money this year. I know we've got some recurring revenue that's above our recurring expenses. And it's the will of the board. It simply comes down to your priority. You've got room. Everybody should get a little plate. Everybody will get everything they want. But what is the priority of the board? But Madam Chair, you have any problem with that? You know, we're putting the
no problem
tomorrow, and then the board will take up the actual funding amount during our retreat.
Right.
Okay with that, guys?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair, if I might.
Yes, please.
As you alluded to at the introduction, I do have some question about the ability to budget over a multi-year term, given the prohibition on binding future administrations. What we might consider is adding some language which says the amounts, the annual amounts specified in here are subject to annual appropriation by the Board of Commissioners, or something like that, so that it's clear that each Board of Commissioners will have to appropriate. It's not all appropriated until the board acts every year.
Yes.
I like to have some language that makes that clear as we go through this process. I just want to state
Please
that.
insert that. Absolutely. We've
Yes.
did some times past to get here over the past 4 years, and thank you for weighing in for that wisdom as well. I'm sure my peers have no problem with that. And to Madam Guy's point, she sort of alluded to that, but we should be okay with that. Madam Chair, are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm. Certainly do not want to bind future administrations. I agree. Thank you, Attorney Coleman. That was a great catch.
All right, so Director Lightford, work with County Attorney to get the language for tomorrow for Lisa. And again, we're just going to have to leave the dollar amount and the duration blank right now until we get through our process. It's just going to be, perhaps if it passes, it'll be an unfunded mandate until the board adopts his budget, since it'll be 2023. Okay?
That sounds good, Commissioner Robinson.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right, guys. Let's see. Let me at least get finance in here. CB 60. Madam CFO, since it's all about the money, why don't you come forward? And
Certainly.
Yep. Hold on, Lisa. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
Okay, CB 60 for finance. The BOC desires to amend the fiscal policy, shall annually prepare and present to the Finance Committee for submission to the Chair of the county the budget revenue anticipations for the county, provided that such anticipations shall not exceed 98% of the normal recurring revenue collected during the previous fiscal year. When such revenue anticipations have been filed, they shall be binding upon the governing body without any action or approval or disapproval.
Okay.
You want me to keep reading or?
No, Madam, I'm gonna let Madam CFO jump on in here because there's a couple of things. Madam CFO, Bivens?
Yes, sir, I'm here, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, can you bring further clarity?
Certainly. So currently, I believe our policy states that it should not exceed 100% of the normal recurring revenue. So one thing that I want everyone to be clear is that first, we never budget 100% of our revenue. We are conservative and we, try to factor in a non-collectible rate. However, historically, we do collect pretty much right at 99% of what is billed each year. So even with this 98% of the normal recurring revenue, it would capture that would go into the formula of calculating what we can budget. So we just wanted to try to leave a little money to the side in the event that something came up, or it would just roll into our fund balance each year. Mr. Vice Chair, I'll yield back to you for any questions.
All right, that's the only part that I know you probably got another part. So to my peers, y'all want to weigh in on this one? Madam Carther, I know you had some interest in helping us sort of secure and strengthen that 0.98% from a year or two ago. Any thoughts on this? I'm trying to find what changed or what got stronger here.
I would thank you for the floor. I would ask CFO Bivens, have you had a chance to speak with Mr. Corbin in regards to this policy update?
He is aware of the policy. I think our original policy was 100%. So, and that was done as well to try to make, ensure that we remain within our budget and not exceed and continue each year to add things on each year.
Right. That was the reason why the
yes
was instituted. Will he be at our event on Wednesday?
Yes, ma'am. We have asked him to attend the event on Wednesday, and he's also submitted a presentation for that.
Okay. If it's okay with the board, I would ask that we hold off on this one until we can get some updates from him in regards to what he's going to present, and then just hear it from the horse's mouth. If it's okay with everybody. Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's okay with me. I think that's a great idea. Just to hold off and see exactly what we have. And I appreciate our Madam CFO just really making it clear that we have some guardrails up on purpose, for lack of a better term. Certainly that collection rate is, you don't want to just say what you're going to get because you don't know what you're going to get, but it's just, you bode well for the last couple of years just by, I hate to say I'm underestimating, but it helps. It gives you that security cushion if you need it. So, but we can certainly hear from David Corbin as well, our Chief Financial Advisor, to see how we can marry the two thoughts together. And then if it's okay with you, Vice Chair, we'll bring it back at the 28th meeting, November 28th, I believe.
Yeah, I have no problem with this, Madam Chair. I had to think about what this was. No, the policy is 98% of the prior year's adopted budget. This has now changed to be recurring revenue. There's a distinguishing difference. And this includes all amendments that we make along the way, whether it's at the beginning of the year or during the military. That is the distinguishing difference, guys. I had to think about this one. So there is a difference. And so no problem. Let's just wait until we can table this until then, this particular one, until we talk about it at the retreat. No problem. All right. So unless somebody else wants to weigh in just for the record and we can capture your thoughts, we can take it up at the retreat. All right. So nothing else, Madam Bivens, you got anything else you want to add? Do you have another part?
For this specific one, also, I think, Mr. Vice Chair, you and I had discussed as well as Madam Chair, that what we are looking at as well with this is once we close the books, I know historically the board has gone back in March and done a look back, and that also we won't be doing that moving forward because that will tighten it up a little bit more where we won't have as much extra revenue to allocate out.
And no expenses.
Our expenses, that is correct.
So no revisits. So Madam Ryder, no revisits. You okay with that? Commissioner Mitchell, no revisits. Madam Carthen, no revisits. That's part of the policy as well.
Right.
Oh, okay.
No birthday party this year. My birthday is in March. That's what I'm saying. So that's we want to end the party.
So we got to budget right. So what I'm hearing, Madam Chair, is that when you guys put forth your budget in about 30 days, y'all have budgeted right.
That's it.
Vault is closed. Do overs. No, oh my bad, I forgot this. Y'all are very seasoned directors and elected officials who may be looking. Y'all have to get this right. The president only presents the budget one time a year. The governor only one time a year. Right? So we always said we recognize we get grant stuff. You got to amend the budget, but that's all administrative type stuff. The point on the overall budget, you either got to get it right now, and that's it. And so we shouldn't have to take the burden and the public burden of these inter-annual periods of time where people are looking at different decisions we make when it should be all at once, be done, and move on. But I'm okay with that. Again, I think it's something we can just take up in the actual retreat. Madam Bivens, anything else in this policy that you want to bring up? I know you had like 3 sections or so.
The other piece of that did have to do with the expenditures, and that was using the current year amended budget, or that current year amended budget when we start doing the budget, as a baseline for the departments. Your baseline budget will be your amended budget for that year. And then any additional personnel requests or other budget improvements will be considered on a case-by-case basis, with approval contingent on available recurring revenue. So if we don't have the revenue available, then we may not be able to add that additional personnel. Or the other alternative is to try to reappropriate existing funding for that. So those are the 2 main things in that particular category in CB 60-1.
Okay.
I think that was it.
All right. Any comments, guys?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, Madam Geiger. You have the floor.
Yes, we're talking about the expenditures, Ms. Bivens. What if there was a one-time grant that was issued for that year, and they would be included in the expenditures? So that would be an adjusted budget. So we shouldn't carry that figure over.
Commissioner Goddard, so let me make sure I understand. So, well, my point of clarity, first of all, this policy is for the general operating fund. Any grants, any expenditures that we have funded with grant, they would be funded the next year if they be contingent upon continuation of that particular grant. And I believe that is something that has either been implemented or we're looking at implementing with HR when it comes to positions. So when departments hire someone that is funded by a grant, that individual, they should know that that individual will need to their funding should be continued in the grant. If the grant continues, they can continue employment. However, at the board's discretion, if they want to continue to offer what was provided by the grant in future years, they would have to make that request or approve that request from the department, so we could allocate funding for that if necessary. However, grants are to supplement services that we're doing, not necessarily to replace anything, or if we want to add to it, we should understand that it's only temporary, it's not something permanent, unless the board decides to fund it on a permanent basis using general operating funds. I hope that answered your question.
Well, in a roundabout way. But sometimes it's not personnel. It's just a grant, just to supplement a department for some reason. So we don't want to, it's just a one-time grant and for a specific purpose. So we don't want to carry those over. So, I would have problems using that as a baseline.
Those grants would not get carried over, because also moving next year, grants in their expenditure will be accounted for outside of the general fund. Right now they're in there, and that does cause a problem. So next year we have actually, out of the proposed budget that you'll see in the document that we sent to you, the general fund expenditures do not include any grant funds, and they will not moving forward. They will have their own separate fund to account for those. That will eliminate anything being included in the baseline moving forward. And also, if we ever give anything, say we have an emergency situation, say I'm gonna use the jail, had to have a repair to the building, something that building and maintenance had to do. And it was a one-time cost, and we allocated funding. We would not include that in their budget. Those one-time things will be taken out.
Okay, that's good, because of course that would probably be under capital rather than operating.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not using the capital fund?
No, ma'am.
Used as a baseline. Okay.
It's just operations.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Clarity. All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So real quick, again, recurring revenue against recurring expenses. Got it. Make sure grants have their own standing point. I want to acknowledge, we talked about a little bit earlier, Parks and Rec. We talked about in a prior meeting as well as today, the Parks and Rec having its own dedicated fund, can you ensure that that's created, that's more of an administrative right now, a separate fund like our capital transportation fund, sort of like a capital Parks and Rec fund, just as a placeholder and accounting. So if the board chooses to put some type of formula or algorithm or some type of percentage in there, you'll have that already created. It's something we've talked about. So the board will figure out if they really want to dedicate funds into there that's off the top, that's tied to something like economic development, that we have a placeholder for there. The second thing, board, I think there's also reporting that I want to make sure that I'm going to add to this for us to consider is our reporting. We have, as you guys know, we have operating budgets, expense reports, etc. And we actually look at this on a monthly basis in our finance committee. But I think like with most board of directors, etc., there should be an adoption of your financial report every month. But those are several things. We do our expense report, but that's not where our money is. At least not mine. It's in the operating budget. And I think there needs to be a merger and an elevation of that. You know, go back to it. It's not that we're talking about a legal question. It's called the stretch with ethical guys. We got to be more transparent. So, Ramona, I'm challenging you to figure out, okay, with Madam CFO, like guys, we can just make our whole budget available to the public, and it should just be public. It's not that we got to go outside of our way, but the point is this two-step process. We're already doing it in the finance committee. Every month we go over to the finance committee. The details are there. Why aren't we adopting that? Why are we doing it twice? And if we are only doing the expense report, why aren't you doing the budget too? So make a note of that. We'll take that back up. I've got some language for that as well. Okay, Madam CFO?
Yes, sir. Noted.
All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on this topic? All right, meaning CB 60. All right, guys, we've been going strong here. We've got a few more here. Lisa, what else do we have next? All right, wait, before Madam CFO leave, I think it's important that if we want to take a break, we got to deal with your travel. Don't go anywhere. There's travel is on the other side of this. So Lisa, go to the end. I think it's 140 or so. 130, the travel one.
Yes, sir. I think it's 130. Let me pull that one up.
So Madam CFO can keep her two things together, please.
Okay, let me pull that one up. Sorry, my computer's taking a little bit long. Okay, this is the travel policy and procedures manual. Purpose is to provide guidelines for authorization and administration for travel expense reporting by Douglas County's elected officials, employees, members of the advisory boards, and all others who are authorized to travel on county business and seek reimbursement from the funds of Douglas County, Georgia.
Is there anything else in that one? Madam CFO, will you come forward? Anything on your travel you want to add?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you. So on the travel, after reviewing the travel policy, there were a few things in that I noticed that in other government agencies that I worked in that were changed. Initially, they have breakfast, lunch, and dinner separated out, and there were some guidelines in that. So what I would like to do is to make it a little bit easier for employees when they're traveling, as well as for finance staff when they're reviewing and calculating the amounts that they should receive for their per diem, is for us to follow the United States General Services Administration, GSA, which is more in line with the state policy, as well as some, again, as I stated, other local government, school systems, county governments that I've worked in, that they use those rates and essentially just go to the website, put in the location that you're traveling to, whether it's in the United States, if you're traveling, I think it may have some international and in-state as well. And we use those rates for their breakfast, lunch, and dinner, those meals. Also, what the other thing is on the first and last day of travel, instead of trying to figure out what time they're leaving for them to say, okay, I get breakfast this day, we can switch to just paying 75% of their daily per diem on the first and last day of travel. So when you're calculating your per diem for your travel, you just automatically say on the first day, if it's $55, I get 75% on that first day and 75% on the last day, and then the full amounts for the other 4 days that you're actually in attendance at a conference or training or wherever you may happen to go. So that's the one major thing on that. That's in section B under meals. And then the other thing on there was on the reimbursement. It does talk about if you leave before a certain time that you will be entitled to breakfast. And it's on the calculation of mileage, and it says mileage must be supported by odometer readings. I know if you're like me, sometimes I forget to look at that odometer reading, and a lot of times what's easier is just to get go on Google Maps or MapQuest online and print out the map that it shows you the distance from your work site to the place where you're traveling, to use that to determine whether it's 60 miles or more. That was the one other change under that section B under meals. And I think it was one more. Sorry, I gotta go back up to my page. I thought I had marked it. I think the last thing I had is noted at the bottom of the page is when it comes to receipts. Anywhere in our travel policy where it requests receipts, because everything is like electronic and we're in the age of electronic now, using things electronic, and also with our P card. I think our original policy said you have to have an original receipt, which means you have to have this paper receipt when you come back. But sometimes those get lost. So one of the things that I wanted to change is to say that when receipts are required, in addition to the original receipt, electronic receipts will be accepted, because hopefully in the future, I know the software system that we use is a Tyler Technology product, which is, I've worked with Tyler Technology products. It's different than New World, but they have the same concept. I would like to move to an electronic travel request and reimbursement. So everything will have to be uploaded in electronic anyway. So the days of having a paper receipt will go away. So instead of having to submit an original paper receipt, we can accept an electronic receipt, or the employee, in the event that they do have a lost receipt and can't even scan it or have the email to upload, they can submit an notarized lost receipt affidavit in order to be receive reimbursement. And that form may be obtained from the finance department. I do believe we have something in place now, but I just want to put that in the policy so everyone would know that. And Mr. Vice Chair, I yield back to you. That's all I have on that one.
Thank you very much. Fellow commissioners, any comments?
Yes, I would. Ms. Bivens, do we have a policy for the P cards?
We do have a policy for the P cards, but have Madam, our Personnel Director, Ms. Amons, she will be covered. That was, I think, supposed to be part of her presentation today.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken.
The one that was tabled?
Yes.
Okay, because we definitely, and I know that it's not an item on the agenda, but under finance, I thought it was appropriate that we talk about it, because I've been told there is no policy written out there for P cards. And oftentimes the board has to vote for something that has not been verified. And I don't like that at all. And I've expressed this for years with the the county attorney, because when I vote for something, I want to know what I'm voting on. And when somebody says there's no receipts out there, then I may be rubber stamping something that is not a valid government expense. So, and I even asked Attorney Coleman to talk about whether or not receipts are required. And I think you told me, yes, they are. So, Mr. Coleman, would you like to elaborate?
With respect to the P card policy, I do know that there is a P card policy, and I think it's in the package as a part of Ms. Ammons' presentation. She had prepared a proposed P card policy. Our department provided a pretty detailed review of it to make sure it's consistent with proposed guidelines for policies like that. And we think it's in pretty good shape, but I think it's going to be better if we can just wait until Ms. Ammons is available to discuss. I do know that it's there, and generally It does require receipts, as do most, most expenditure, all expenditures. There are some, there can be, if receipts are not available, I mean, there could be some, substitutions for those, but receipts are definitely some recitation of expenses are required under that and other policies. That's the response I wanted to offer to you on the P card.
Yes. And I'm willing to wait on it just so it is addressed at some point, because we do need the policy in place. But the lost receipt affidavit, sometimes, how many times are you allowed to do a lost receipt? There should be a number per trip or something.
Well, I think that's something to be addressed. It's a policy issue in terms of how many times you're going to be able to use that. I mean, I think that's something that should, can be talked about. But, paper receipts, I mean, a lot of times they're not available. Many places only do electronic so.
But if it's electronic, they're sending it to someone.
To someone.
So you could have them send it to you, and then you can print out the receipt.
Sure, and I think that's the number of times that, use of affidavit is something that can be addressed as a policy issue. I'm not sure there's a legal answer to that question.
Okay. All right, well, just so it is addressed, because, this is a very,
Madam Guider? Director Ammons has gotten on for a second. Would you allow her a moment?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, as a point of order.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. But because she's going to speak on the overall topics, or because she does have it, are we going to take up P card today or no? If she's not in the energy for it, that's fine. But you got to do both. You deal with it or you don't.
Point of order. This is Commissioner Carthen.
Yeah, Commissioner Carthen, I'm gonna make Fred to acknowledge me real quick. What is she on for? Commissioner Dowder has the floor.
Okay.
Fred, you brought somebody into a conversation with a whole different director that was going, so you're mixing two. And I want to be careful with this right now. We're about to close this one out.
Okay.
The transition to the other one.
Okay, we can hold off. She had asked about the P card policy.
I understand, but it's as the county attorney said, it's in the package.
Gotcha. Okay, let's move forward.
So she's going to present it at another time. Is that my understanding?
Well, we'll find out. But has your questions been answered on the travel policy? That's what we're talking about right now. It's the travel policy.
Well, I think the P card's part of the travel policy, is it not? Because the P cards are used while people are traveling. So that's why I put it on under that number on my response.
Anything else?
I just want to make sure the P cards are discussed at some point, whether it's today, since it was not on the policy that was on the agenda. That's one thing. But if we can address it at our next meeting.
Are you finished?
Well, I'm asking.
I'm waiting for you to yield. I will respond accordingly.
Okay, I'm yielding. I'm asking you a question. I don't have to yield the floor to do that, I don't believe. We've been asking questions all morning.
Okay. Ms. Guider, we're trying, if you've got a question for them regarding, we're talking about the travel policy. You have another director that's in queue. It is in the package. I'm trying not to take it there. Like, okay, just let the floor go and we'll transition. You want to keep talking about the travel, that's fine. They can't talk about P card until, those are two different directors, two different areas. They're not the same. They're related, but they're not the same.
Oh. Well, I did not know that. But I will go ahead and proceed with the agenda item, and we will bring this up at our next meeting. And I yield the floor.
Thank you. All right, so you guys fine with travel right now as is, as Madam CFO has presented? Nobody wants to weigh in, then we'll bounce around and we'll go back to what we should come to what I want to call procurement and Deputy Director, if you're saying that Director Amos is available for this topic, we can do that. All right. Madam Carthen, you want the floor?
Yes, I do. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Yes, please. I'll yield to you. Yes.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to do clarity. Ms. Amos she's on the call, but no, she cannot speak right now. She's just trying to listen in so that she can get more answers in regards to what is being said today. But she is under doctor's care, and so we ask that right now we allow her to just rest and she's listening as a good director would do, However, my question is to Ms. Bivens. Ms. Bivens, is electronic receipts the same as a paper receipt? It shows everything that a paper receipt would show, because I think Commissioner Guider I think she's a little confused about receipts, whether it's paper or electronic, and now mostly all my receipts are electronic because they ask you, do you want it emailed or do you want paper? And I don't want paper. I always ask that they email it to me or they'll send it to my phone because they have my phone number in the system. So now most receipts are electronic. So are you just trying to align the policy up to today's standards of how people are receiving receipts for goods and services?
Yes, Commissioner Carthen, that is correct. We are trying to align the policy with today's technology times. As you stated, I myself, I don't like paper. I get emails or text messages with my receipts. And even when I'm traveling on county business, I do the same. Stay at a hotel, email me my receipt. It comes to my email address. I forward it to my work email address. I upload it into the system. If I use my P card, you already have it electronically where you can do that. As far as the affidavit applies more to a paper receipt for those that continue to get a paper receipt in the event that you lose that paper receipt. So it's not to be used for an electronic receipt, because typically you can go back and do a search and find your email and to find that receipt. If you and so it's really not considered lost, because you should have it in your email unless you have the email deleted. I don't. I keep everything. So, but that affidavit to Commissioner Guider's question earlier is specific for actual physical paper receipts that people received in the event that they lose it. And we do, even though we don't have a specific number noted as to how many times that affidavit is done, if people repeatedly do it, that's what I consider an abuser, and their privileges will be lost. And on the P card side, I believe there's something in place similar, that if you don't submit proper documentation or what have you, you will get cut off from your P card. So that's not my area, but I do know that because I actually have a P card, and when I went through the training, that's what I was told. So, but as far as the affidavit is concerned, it is specific to a physical paper receipt that one may receive. And in the event that they lose it, I highly recommend you take a picture of it or email it to yourself so you can actually have an electronic copy of it.
Thank you so much for that clarity.
You're welcome.
Because receipts are required for everything. So we as a Board of Commissioners and anybody that's holding a P card will be able to adhere to that standard. And again, this did come through the procurement POC Oversight Committee. And so we did recommend that it comes to the full board. So of course, I being the chairman of that board, we have flushed that policy out. We did do it with Attorney Coleman. And so I would suggest that for those of us on the Board of Commissioners that has not fully read that policy, I would suggest you take the time to read it now so that when Ms. Amons comes on board, then any clarity that you need, you can get it from her then. But it is clearly defined in that policy. Thank you so much. And with that, Vice Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Carthen. So let me ask you a quick question. So we're not going to, you're recommending as the chair of procurement, we're going to not put this on the agenda tomorrow because it did come as a recommendation to the full board. We just included it as part of this package. You want to wait to the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, no.
We need to wait to the next meeting. Thank you
Great.
so much.
All right.
Sure,
Ms. Mitchell.
I just got one quick question though.
Yeah.
If I could please. Ms. Bivens, just one. I do my receipts a little bit different than most, but I think you said it already. If by taking a picture of that and sending that to you electronically now, because I've taken the paper and turned it over into what I call electronic, that's considered electronic now, or that's not considered receipt via electronic?
I consider that electronic unless Attorney Coleman has any opposition to that. I consider that to be electronic.
Well, if that's a problem, then Coleman, if that's a problem, I've been doing it for the last 100 years. So I need to hear that from you, because that's kind of how I do it. Because I don't, again, no, not that it's different, but that's just kind of how I've done it for a number of years. But I consider that electronic. So as opposed to, waiting on getting the paper and bringing the paper back. So, but Coleman, Michael, can you weigh in on that? Is that still considered electronic or not?
Yes, I would agree with CFO. I'm sorry. I would agree with Madam CFO on that point. I think this is a copy of the actual receipt, so I think there's no problem.
Okay. I just happen to do it that way and been doing it like that for years. I just want to make sure that that's not being excluded. But if it's included, then I'm fine. And at that point, outside of everything else, I'll yield to the chair in reference to putting it off. And but outside of that, I think I'm fine.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much. And again, to Madam Procurement, again, I was sensitive not to. I thought you were out, so let's keep this moving, guys. We just got a couple more here. Madam Carthen, since you had the floor, you want to take technology? You want me to bring that forward for you? Are you ready to move on that with Director Betancourt? Deputy Clerk, County Clerk, can we deal with the one with technology?
Yes, sir.
CB 120.
CB 120 technology.
Yep.
Douglas County government, also referred to as the Board of Commissioners, herein desires to enact a countywide policy across all general government as well as constitutional areas, whereby the BOC desires to ensure that all technology platforms, applications, modules, add-ons, and equipment adhere to an established standardized policy. The BOC desires a base set of data must be provided for performance evaluation, operational analysis, and public transparency without violation of statutory requirements associated with certain privacy mandates or cybersecurity protocol. Finally, the BOC desires that the Director or CTO of Information Services shall serve as a key input member and final authority on technology systems and policy decisions on behalf of the BOC.
Thank you, Chief Watson, Clerk Watson. So this particular item is in response to continuity. Again, that's another theme we've got going for today. We want to ensure that all of our departments, including our outside departments, don't bring in IT at the last minute to fix it because you forgot to include them on the front end. All of the software, all of the devices that the county owns or is responsible for in terms of maintenance and other duties should fall under our IT director, which is Mr. Betancourt. And so this policy is just to assure that alignment happens. Right now, we're so siloed and different departments are utilizing different things. And I'll let Mr. Betancourt speak to that, but it's more so to make sure that we are aligned so that the IT department isn't on the back end trying to come in and not understanding what was happening or what was the intent to begin with. Mr. Betancourt, do you have anything to add to that?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Carthen. Yes, you are 100% correct. There's a lot of things that go on in the background for cybersecurity's sake and compatibility on our network and with our equipment, that we want to make sure that we have a standard and that we are included in any discussion or decisions that has to do with the technology of the county. And this policy will allow us to do that.
Thank you you so much. Are there any questions from any of the Board of Commissioners in regards to this or anything that we can clear up? If not, I look forward to this being voted on in the affirmative on tomorrow. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I yield.
Thank you so much. And real quick, we only got two more. And this one, I want to go back to the prior one, which is purchasing or procurement. That is an ordinance. Madam Clerk, remind me, that's an ordinance.
Yes, sir, that is an ordinance.
And that is one which you require us to do, 2 weeks of notice in the paper and to have a public hearing?
Correct.
All right, so guys, I would recommend that we at least authorize Lisa to move forward tomorrow and put that in play. Hopefully, I guess in a couple of meetings, a meeting or so, that our Director of Procurement will be back to present to this. But do you guys have any objection to at least moving forward to make the notice in the paper?
I concur with you, Vice Chair Robinson.
Madam Chair, you okay? It just notice to notice.
Yes, I'm okay.
All right, so we're good with that. All right, so that now the last one I think I got is I want to talk about the ACAB. That also is an ordinance that would have to be in the paper. County Clerk, can you read that one real quick? Animal Control Advisory Board, for those who didn't know what that meant, sorry. Animal Control Advisory Board.
Yes, sir. The purpose states these bylaws govern the proceedings of the Citizens Animal Services Advisory Board per the county's policy. These bylaws shall govern the board's operation and meetings to the extent these bylaws are consistent with law.
Okay. All right, is Director Frank Kakowski out there?
Yes, sir, Commissioner, I am.
Good afternoon. Would you
Good
like to
afternoon.
take the lead and give a framing what this is and what we're trying to accomplish here?
Absolutely.
And this is an ordinance that we have to have a public hearing regarding.
Absolutely. What we're trying to do is the Animal Control Advisory Board is a board that works with Douglas County Animal Services. These board members are consistent of appointees by each commissioner and 2 City of Douglasville representatives. These board members are tasked with reporting back to the commissioners, but working side by side with Douglas County Animal Services and getting the word out about spay, neuter, ordinance updates, finding out the needs of the citizens, relaying it to Animal Services, and then in conjunction with the Board of Commissioners, coming up with plans, initiatives, and changes in ordinances that may be needed for our county. In the past, the Board of the Animal Control Advisory Board bylaws were a little bit vague. They weren't direct into what the specific tasks were, who basically does what. There was just a lot of leg room for people stepping on each other's toes. What we were able to do is, in conjunction with the Animal Advisory Board members, come up with some revised bylaws that define the board's roles, as in fundraising, community relations, how they work with Animal Services, and in developing reports for the community on what the community needs, so that Animal Services can work together with the Board of Commissioners to increase our calls for service and things like that. All in all, the updated bylaws just give us more continuity. They give us some direct guidelines on who should be doing what, and clear accountability. If the board wants certain guidelines, if they want certain reports, just like the reports that we're going to be giving, for each department, this will fall in line with that. And it's just more transparency for the county, for the citizens, and for ourselves.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for that. All right, then. I'm going to keep this moving. So to my peers, any commissioner want to weigh in on this topic? This is an ordinance. Again, like the procurement, we'll put it on the agenda tomorrow to authorize the deputy clerk to put it in our legal organ accordingly. You guys want to weigh in the meantime on this?
Yes.
Madam Guy, you got the floor.
Yes, I was under the impression in the past that the advisory board advised as to procedures and standards such as no kill or kill, where they do destroy the animals after so many days or whatever. I think that's been the case in the past, especially when back when Ms. Fulton was on the advisory board, because I remember her talking to me and to the Board of Commissioners about a policy. I think it's very important that any member of a committee know what their authority is, and when they're not asked or kept in the loop when policies are changed, then why have a board? Is what I'm saying. Why have a advisory board? So we need to make it clear as they come on the board what their authority is in making policies if it is under their authority. And so it's very important so that they will know that they're doing a service. Otherwise, why waste their time? So it's not just about fundraising. I do not believe it hasn't been in the past. So we just need to clarify on behalf of the people that do volunteer to be, because they don't get paid for being on this board. Yes. And I imagine there's a lot of feedback from the citizens when things go wrong. So if they can't answer, they say it's not under my authority to do that, it's under so-and-so's authority. It needs to be clarified, and I can see why they would be confused, especially when we have to answer questions to the public.
I agree, and I believe this will solve a lot of that problem, as it will go ahead and streamline who's responsible for what, and how it goes as far as, do you talk to, Deputy County Administrator Perry? Do you talk to me? Do you talk to your county representative? Who is it you speak to, or guidelines that we follow on our chain of command, so to speak, so that there is clarity on, policies, procedures, and, who falls into what category.
So I guess I'm asking, is the advisory board, do they help set policy?
No, they do not.
And so they need to know that right away, because I think a lot of people thought they were part of the policy making procedure. So,
they're advisors. They advise for the commissioners, and they will work with the community. So if the community says, one thing that we're working on right now is our microchip ordinance. If they've gone out in the community and the community is saying, hey, you know what, we really need to have an ordinance on microchipping, they come back and they work with myself, my department, and the Board of Commissioners to say, this is what we formulated, this is what the county needs, these are what the citizens are asking for, what can we do to make that change? Whether it's an ordinance change, or if we need to really dig deep into it and work on a different policy, or an abbreviation to a policy that's been going on for years.
So it's not required or even recommended that a veterinarian be on the advisory board, because we have had them in the past.
There is currently a veterinarian that's on the board, has been on the board probably for 7 years or so, but that veterinarian is a de facto member. So basically that member is only called if there's something in the ordinance or a problem that's come up that requires a veterinarian's opinion on that.
Okay, just so you make the bylaws very clear, and if they are an advisory board, I would suggest that you and other people go before them and bring up issues before any kind of public notice is put out there.
Absolutely. Just with our ordinance changes and things like that, they've been aware of anything that is going to go to the public that's going to be an ordinance change or a policy change. But as far as anything else is concerned, we meet monthly. So we give them statistical reports on how many animals are in the building any new projects that Animal Services is working on, and, you know, things like that.
Okay, all right. Well, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Guider. Anybody else on this one? We only got one more. We got HR, Miss Carter. We're coming. Anything else, guys?
I had one question for
Yes, Madam Chair.
our
Please.
director, Franchikowski. Just right now, do we have anything, and certainly this is just a little off the subject for a minute, Vice Chair, do we have any software that would allow our citizens, like you said, to look to see what our census count is for the day? You know how you said 300 animals. Is there somewhere online, is there some software out there that we're currently using?
The current software that we're using is Animal Shelter Manager. I actually on Friday talked to, I just lost his name. It's not Alex Mendencourt. One of the gentlemen, or Mr. Dean from IS, when they're doing the county dashboard with the statistics, we're working on a way that we can go ahead and link our statistics so that as the Board of Commissioners can see our numbers on a daily, the community will be able to see those as well. Right now, there's not a way for me to integrate those numbers other than reports through, our Animal Advisory Board. But as soon as that dashboard is rolled out to the commissioners, it will be engaged for the public as well to get our numbers.
Okay, that's all I have. I know I don't want to divert from what we were doing. And you're back to you, Vice Chair. Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, to your point, back to the KPIs. I mean, I want to know how many inmates we got in the jail. I want to know how many cats and dogs we got over there. Yes, all that should be available. Transparency. Look, I'm all for it. But it's everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody got to get in the ring. For your performance, your expenses, everybody. And I think that should only be the way it should be. All right, so real quick then, on this Animal Control Advisory Board, I brought this forward from an advocacy perspective because it seemed like there was some tension and some confusion about roles and authority. But I have to say that the Animal Control Advisory Board historically has been the board's friend. That's why we put them there. We didn't just create that construct for convenience. It's like, no, we need an insulation from, because animal lovers, them paw parents, they're dedicated. Right? What I've come to learn to appreciate over this 14 years, like, no, they really care. And they're only wanting to help. And this is what you gotta learn now from a commissioner perspective. No, you gotta get input. Let them weigh in on policy. Don't block them out. Do not include them. That's what they're there for. They're bringing a certain perspective and input that one may not have naturally. Everybody ain't natural athletes. Every now and then you got to weigh in on somebody who really has a dedication to it. So what I don't want to do is get into what I perceive is a turf war unnecessary with the administration and the advisory board. I think in this area right here, guys, this is just not here. It's not necessary. And some of this is just y'all need to work that out. But that group is important. It's something that the Board of Commissioners put in place, right? They represent us like y'all work for us. That means y'all got to get along. Think about what was just said, right? They're there as a proxy for us. Like, okay, look, we don't have 500 humane society people. No, because it's political. And they care and they're impassioned. So that board is there for a reason, for people who are dedicated to sit there and y'all work together and figure it out. Y'all can come up with assignments and stuff. But it was turning sideways unnecessarily. And who the prior administrator ain't even here. They don't set no rules here. Ain't nothing bound here. That's why I brought this up to my peers. I thought that I need y'all to weigh in, Madam Guy, the Commissioner Mitchell, weigh in and clarify this. This was turning sideways unnecessarily on this one. So hopefully, again, this is one of those where it's going to be a public hearing. And you guys, again, if you don't disagree, we're going to put this on the agenda tomorrow to give Lisa authorization to move forward and publish it in the paper and let the people come out. They get to weigh in on this, to even update this. The people get to come out, and I hope that my advisory board, as citizens, get to weigh in. See, the thing about citizens, they get to weigh in whether they're on the advisory board or not. They're a citizen. Think about it. They're a citizen. They will get to weigh in anyway. So anyway, I want to clarify that one. All right, let's if there's no more comment on this one, guys, we got one more. We need to wrap it. And that'll be it, Madam Chair. So, Madam Clerk, last one, Tisha Carter, HR, CD 80.
Yes, sir. CB 80-1, the BOC desires and resolves to update an HR study, level 1 through 4 compensation, address compression salary and inequities, benefits, retirement, vesting, contributions, performance evaluation, and raised policy.
All right. Last one, and not the least one, please, Director of HR, Tisha Carter, can you come forward and clarify what this one is and close us out, please?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to say that there is not a full policy before you because we are following the merit system to get these updated, but we did want to give you a high level understanding of what we're requesting. Our performance management policy is not as comprehensive as we would like it to be. We also have heard today that we like pay for performance as a way to entice or encourage employees to go above and beyond. And so there is a draft policy to update our performance management, also including an electronic performance management system so that our performance management will be more efficient and we also will be able to access our reports. Also understanding that performance management is more than an appraisal, but it's actually a part of culture where we receive and give ongoing feedback between employee and manager to ensure that what we're doing is in fact feeding into our strategic plan. Training is another area that we spoke about, and one of our strategic plans functions is to transform Douglas, and a goal under that is to attract, develop, and retain a great workforce. And one of the ways to develop is both by modeling, and another one is training and feedback. So we want to make sure that our training culture is cultivated here, where we have department specific training as well as leadership training, career development training, and succession planning. We also want to talk about the market study. That is something that comes up quite often from directors, from employees, where our salaries are below the market. I spoke about that at a previous meeting, but we want to be more consistent in how often we do look at our market, as well as implementing those figures that come from that market study. We did a bridge training last week, and many of the employees there, the managers there, said that one of the things that they would like is to actually get the results from the market study. So even if we don't implement it, just giving that feedback and communication as to what the market says and how we are planning to move forward to being a little bit more in line with the market. And then structure, just understanding the role of HR and then other departments within the county, ensuring that we are being as efficient as we can with the funds available, and making sure that we are meeting the needs within each individual department, all aligning to the Board of Commissioners. And so all 4 of those items, as well as many others, will be reviewed and will go before the PRB board. I believe it's in February, and then have formal recommendations for the board at that time.
All right, thank you for that. County Commissioner, my fellow peers, any comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Guider, you have the floor.
Yes, under the human resources, there's a phrase that says establish pay performance above salary. If the pay scale is done correctly and the market study is implemented, we don't need to deviate from the pay scale. That's what happened with our last market study. Everybody started deviating from it, and so everything got out of whack again. So if you've got an exceptional employee, you can give them a step and a half or 2 steps, but stick to the pay scale, because we don't need to deviate. That it just messes up everything, and it causes morale problems too. So, but I do think we need to implement something in there for, and I don't know if I guess it's under HR, but like upfront signing incentives, especially in recruiting someone with the public safety sector of the county. maybe we could have something in there in writing as to what we could offer, just for somebody to sign on to come and go to work for our sheriff's department, our police, our fire and EMS departments or something. But we need to take out that phrase, established pay performance above salary. I don't see why we would need that. If we score them right on their evaluation, then we don't need to do that. So I suggest that we take that out.
Okay. Basically, what's the suggestion is that we will have clear and concise guidelines as to how we administer the pay for performance. So there will be a guideline that if you meet the requirements, you get this percentage. If you go above and beyond the requirements, you get this percentage. So that there will not be any inequity and lead to possible liability in how we administer those performance evaluations. Also, when we bring someone in at the minimum of the market, which is what the preference will be once our salary schedules are correct, if you have education and experience above the minimum, then that does give you a reason to maybe make more than what the minimum is. And that will be a way to explain why there may be one person making a higher percentage than the other. Right now, we don't have a clear guideline as to what that is. What I found is that our salary schedules are so low that people just want to get people in so bad that they just come up with numbers. But we want to have a more consistent way of how we go about doing that. So that's going to be the recommendation.
Well, when you're doing a new hire, you don't necessarily have to start them at the minimum. You can start them at step 3 or 4 or whatever, based on their experience or their certificates or whatever.
Right.
I still say we need to stick with the pay scale to eliminate some of the problems that we now have. But anyway, you're back.
Thank you. This pay thing, again, we dealt with the minimum wage last year. We're trying to make accommodations for what I call historical undesire to even deal with it. And like all this could have been put in place a while ago. You may not have had the funding, and our directors having to do both at the same time. And so I appreciate the efforts that you're trying to deal with compression and the budget and no policy. That's the past 2 years have been about, guys. All right, we got to focus on the internal. We did a great job on the external, but the internal is a mess. Y'all stuff all over the place. Look at this thing. Look, strings all over the place. And it's stuff like this. And I'm of the notion on this one, like, I don't know. We had too many times in the executive session where y'all were just giving paper performance all over the board. There was no consistency. You were just spotting people. Oh, now we're gonna get convenient. I get it. We do need to normalize it. We do need to standardize it. But I gotta acknowledge, like, I'm game. Let's standardize it. But there is a differentiator. I mean, if you're a high performer, you're a high performer. Should there be degrees? Should there be a discretion? Should somebody get an extra? I mean, that's what this debate is going to be about. The board will determine from a democracy perspective. Everybody get to weigh in on this topic. Should it go in or not go in? So we have to acknowledge that she wants that out. We have to acknowledge it. But the board will determine whether it stays in and stays out. And we get what you're recommending. I'm just helping you understand our board, Director Carter. Everybody vote should be acknowledged. Madam Chair, you want to weigh in on this? Any of the other peers? Let's close this one out. Please, Madam Chair.
Okay, just as pay continue to increase throughout not only Douglas County, but throughout the nation, because that scale is just going to keep changing. I would like to see some room placed where we address market adjustments annually, because that's what happens in that private sector. You may have 2 employees out of your entire staff, but they may receive a little bump, but that information is because something changed in the market, the pay scales changed, and that's how you handle compression, not all at once. It usually happens every year, every 2 years, there's a study done within the organization to see where we are within that compression. So if there's some language that could be placed in this policy with regard to compression, because I know we're trying to address it now, but it's an ongoing saga. It just stays, because every time the pay shift in the United States, it puts pressure on, then there's a need for market adjustments. So if there's any way we can insert some language regarding compression, if the board is okay with that.
Yes, the recommendation is that we look at the market every 3 years, and at the same time, we should recommend a compression study, because there will be some compression if we increase the market, which is what happened when we raised the minimum to $15. We have quite a large compression issue. And I will say the more frequent we look at it and implement it, the less the blow. Yes. So the reason why it's going to be a higher amount now is because we have not implemented a full market study in quite some time.
Yes. I think it's 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
In 2018, a market study was done to my knowledge, but I was told that it was only partially implemented.
Yes.
Didn't do nothing with it. Okay. Yeah. All right. Commissioner Carthen, Ms. Mitchell, is there any action we're going to take tomorrow other than we're just acknowledging this fact? Are we going to pass this?
Actually, Commissioner Robinson, I'm actually fine with how Ms. Carter, Director Carter has implemented this. This is going to help us too. And I always go back to the fiscal part of this, the finances to this. So she's kind of helping us to ease into this. If we really listen to her, she's laid this out for us in a way that we can financially get around this. We can legally help us and help the employees too. So I'm fine with it. I like it just as is, but thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, sir?
Ditto.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna leave it as is.
Yep.
All right, so you got clarity on. All right, so Deputy, Madam Clerk, do you have everything that needs to go on the agenda for tomorrow?
I believe so. There are a couple of things I think legal is working with, like on the resolution for development authority, and then I think there was one other thing, but I will get with them to make sure I have the correct copies.
All right, let me know. Thank you all to my peers for weighing in. I know this was long, but I think we got through it, and it was very, very productive. And thank you for your.
May I ask a question, please?
Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah.
We've had a 4-hour meeting, and nature does call, and I think I walked away when one thing was discussed, and that was CB 100, the procurement part. We have a local percentage that we pay or we give advantage to minorities, and it's over and above the state standard. I suggest we go back to the state standard. I get a lot of feedback from local people that says they don't even bother to bid on services here in Douglas County anymore because they know they're not going to be able to compete. So I suggest we go back to the state standards like we're doing on other things, like the travel expenses and things like that, rather than the higher rate that has been adopted by the procurement committee. But I don't know if y'all hear feedback, but I hear feedback all the time from local people that have done work, throughout the years, and all of a sudden they can't even compete anymore because there's a bigger advantage given to minority. And even on the SPLOST, I think 86% goes to minority or something. I think that's what David Wood says.
David Good.
Wood.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I don't hear you
y'all
discuss the
decided on
procurement.
that.
I don't think we discussed procurement, did we?
I know this is.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with this, but okay. She made her point. We're going. It has to be acknowledged. And so we're just going to acknowledge what her statement is.
Procurement's on the agenda.
Yeah. Just acknowledge your statement. Just keep it moving. We got it. We captured her comment. And I'm just waiting for her to yield the floor on this topic so I can get y'all to your point to the next part. Anything else, Madam Geiger?
No, I didn't know if y'all had already discussed it or not because nature did call. It's a 4-hour meeting and almost a half-hour meeting so far without a break. So anyway, I yield. That's my comment on procurement.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, to all defense, and we're not gonna go back and forth. The 84% is really dealing with subcontractors. And I think we hold ourselves to the federal and state guidelines. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna get to the end of the meeting like this go sideways. There's a historical view that minorities would even living here and trying to come in here, they had no opportunity. Right, so now it's an even playing field. All you gotta do is compete. There's no unfair advantage. There's no establishment on it internally that is scoring and weighting the wrong way. Like people wouldn't even show up. I cannot let this lie without a response. That's not true. Like, finally, I think people are celebrating that it's an inclusive market out here that is open to all to compete. I mean, heck, you got a 200-year head start on me. I mean, I'm gonna catch up, but really, 152 years. We've got a sponsor that ran for 5 years. That finally somebody got a chance to participate. They've got to deal themselves up. They can't bond. Most minorities can't bond at the big level anyway. They've got to earn that. It's called Teaming 101. That's why we're going into our 8th annual Doing Business with Douglas. We'll get into this. I'll make sure this is a topic that is equal and is open. We don't have to change anything to put a stake that, okay, it's finally equal. Now, the performance is just that. I mean, put your bids in. You got a great team. You technically evaluate them. Keep it moving. But the fact that you finally have to compete, that you don't want to compete, oh, come on. That ain't Douglas. That's a cop-out. Just compete. You don't just be balanced. I mean, I've been through 4 elections, 4 terms. Just compete. Every variety you can think of, just compete. You don't have to cheat. You don't have to go through all that. I disagree with that statement. The suggestion that anything needs to change regarding that. Just compete. Just compete. Madam Chair, I got to deal back, Madam Chair. This topic is over unless my peers want to weigh in anymore. Let's let it go. I know y'all got to go to the bathroom. Madam Chair, I get the floor back to you. Your meeting, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Geiger.
What I was referring to was the DBE percentage is higher. We have it higher than the state percentage here in Douglas County. I just said go back to the state percentage like we're doing on other items. So, and it's not fair. And the statement is true. So I just wanted to clarify that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, board, we're gonna move to the next item, and we should be, certainly I'll engage our county attorney to see if we need to go into executive session in just a moment, and then of course, then we'll take our break. Station 4 renovation, Fire Chief Jolivet, are you on the line? So just give us a brief update.
Yes, ma'am. It should take 7 seconds. The thing about today is on October 28th, we celebrated the National First Responder Day, and everything we've been talking about today correlates with it. A safer working conditions for our employees. Station 4 has been around for a while, and the full board came up with the opportunity to renovate that station. I just wanted to give you a quick update. Right now, speaking of a safe working environment, it's never a bad time to talk about good news, and this all correlates. Right now, we're down to 7 open vacant positions at the fire department. That's a big deal, and it's all because of our first responders, our board, and all that good stuff. So a quick update is Station 4 was voted by the board on April 19th for renovations.
And right now we're at the architectural and civil engineer phase of it. They're getting it just right because of the renovations and by being an older building. We had to make sure we get it done right because it's going to be there for a while for the safety of our personnel. One thing we did was send out red notification to our residents, let them know what we'll be doing. We posted signs. There's temporary housing set up now that we are making sure we get it habitable and in place for our personnel. We are redistributing our assets. We did inventory out there, getting it ready for the renovation phase. In the sleeping quarters, right now we currently have 5 sleeping rooms. By this being a renovation, we have to address it with the sprinkler system for the entire building, as well as a second means of egress. But the timeline for this project, once we get the architecture and civil engineer drawings in and everything, even dealing with the water sewer authority and all that stuff, we're looking at approximately 6 months from the start date. So we're looking around June, July to have that project completed. And I just wanted to bring it to the full board, update the full board on what was going on with that project. We're excited about it, and that's it for us.
Thank you so much, Fire Chief. Any questions, board, about this renovation and Fair Play, the Fair Play Fire Station number 4? Okay, thank you, Chief, for bringing this exciting news.
Thank you.
Okay, and tab number 18 is a financial single view of the ARPA list revision. Assistant County Administrator, are you rolling this out, or Deputy? Assistant County Administrator.
Hold on one sec.
Oh, okay.
No, you're on number 18, the financial single view and ARPA list. So the CFO has the financial single view, and I can chime in on the ARPA list revision.
I apologize. Madam CFO, you have the floor.
Yes,
Ramona,
ma'am, thank you. Can I share my screen?
Sure.
Let me find it first. Hold on. I think this is how I do this. Okay, no, y'all don't want to see that. All right, can you see the spreadsheet?
Yes, you can.
Great. Okay, so what we have and what we presented to the Finance Committee last week. When did we have our Finance Committee meeting? I don't remember when it was. Anyway, Vice Chair had asked for a single view on the SPOS. So what this shows, this is our first stab at doing this. We have it listed by projects or the different categories. So for fire and EMS, as you see here, it's 32% of the SPOS funds would be spent on fire and EMS.
Deputy.
Need everybody to mute their mics, please.
51.
Deputy County Administrator, if you could mute your mic. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe it's Attorney Coleman.
Okay. Okay.
Attorney Coleman.
Come and mute your mic. There he is.
Okay. 51% is transportation, with the remaining 17% for parks and recreation. And then we also included a category to capture the program management. So I'm going to go back to the top and just give you an overview of how the single view is set up. And so in the future, we can, as we update it, you can have this to go look at, and we'll understand or have a view of how we're spending the SPOS dollars. So I'm going to go with line 1, which is this row here, number 8. It's the countywide digital radio system. You can see the original budget was $15 million. The current estimated cost is the same. This column shows what's budgeted in the software, and then prior years. Y'all hold on, just let me close my door. I'm sorry. People in my house don't realize I'm in a meeting. Okay, So I was here. This is what's budgeted in the system. This shows these two columns here shows the prior year expenditures and the current year expenditures. So the prior year expenditures are shows what has been spent from the inception of the program through fiscal year 2021, which ended in December of last year. This shows encumbrances. This amount shows the total amount that has been expended and encumbered. So that would be these three columns here. So you would see what we have spent and what's and the encumbrances. And then this will be what's remaining, which is going to be the difference between this number, what's budgeted in the system, and what is actually be spent in the system. And if we go over here, this is the total remaining project budget. So if we didn't spend any money, all of the money, as you see here, we still have $20,000 in the system. Part of that is encumbrances. And this shows whether it's completed this year or if it has an estimated completed date. So as you can see, that particular project has been completed. I'm going to look at one so you can kind of see again how this, you can look at it and read it. We have here in the blue, the ladder truck for Station 9, and then we have another ladder truck. That's a replacement truck. So you see we have $1.4 million in the amended budget column. The current cost estimate is the same. However, this has not been entered into the system yet. We would need to have a budget amendment, I believe, to have that done. We haven't spent any money there, as you can see. We haven't encumbered any funds at this time. So these two items show zero. And then you will see here, it has a total remaining project budget and what's not budgeted in the computer, which we call the system yet. The estimated completion date is 2023. So that's why it hasn't been budgeted yet. But at least it's on the sheet and you can see what we have that's going to be funded by SPOS dollars. So if you go, we're going to make this available to all the commissioners in a PDF document as well as to the public. And as I stated earlier, just go through here, you can see what the budget is, where we are for each category, and give you an idea of where the SPOS dollars are. And then at the bottom, you'll have the totals or what as we have them in the system. And I don't know if David, if Mr. Good is on the phone or not, but you'll notice that some of them.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, David. I'm gonna get you to explain your color. So you notice some of these are color coded in green, yellow, blue, or the salmon pink color. And David can explain to you what these items mean there at the bottom of the presentation.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Yes, the part that is in green are all those projects that were on the original list and that was approved for the original list. Those that were in yellow, as you guys remember, back in 2019, there were some projects that ended up going below the line because revenue wasn't coming in as expected. So those were those that was coming in yellow. Those are in blue with the reforecast that we did at the end of 2021 that the board approved back in October of 2021. And those are those projects. And then those that are in red are those projects that we are not going to be able to get to those. Or what you would say is orange, because there are some things that's in red that doesn't have to do with that. So yes, the orange is the last part of those projects that will not get done if financing continues the way it's going. Thank you, Madam CFO.
Okay, thank you, David. So as you can see, based on his explanation, you will also be able to look at this list to see where the status of each one of those projects, whether they're gonna be able to make this year's SPOS or we need to put them on for a future SPOS. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield back to you for any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam CFO. Certainly, board, do you have any questions for our CFO? Vice Chair.
Yeah, real quick. One, let me just acknowledge there's great work here. This is something that obviously I've been advocating for 2 years for my peers' sake, being able to have a single view of everything, especially regarding the SPOS. We found that, this time last year, we couldn't even get through a spreadsheet, and here we are 1 year later, and I'm excited. Nothing against anybody personally, y'all know that, but this is some excellent work. I mean, it tells you everything you need to know. And again, one more time, 5 to 6 years. Look at the work that was done. Look how y'all come in on time and within the budget. Project that look how much work we did above and beyond what was normal, what we think we're gonna get in, and that which we obviously is going to eventually, it has a perishability to it. Right? Now this is an excellent tool. You guys, you got it. Thank you, Madam CFO, for pulling it all together. David Corbin, David Good. Thank you guys for doing this. This dog will hunt. You see everything. Now we can have real conversations across committees or within committees where things would stand regarding a SPLOST. Keep this tool, lock this thing up. It's a very working tool. And again, I wanted to clarify one thing since I didn't know David Good was out there. David Good, can you clarify minority participation on the SPLOST? Because I thought that I didn't want to go there without you having facts. And what does it mean for us, and what's actually on the books, please?
Yes, I'll take your in reverse. What's actually on the books is that we're trending around 85% on active projects. There are a number of projects going on, and 85% of those active projects. I think right now we have 27 that are active as of the end of we're going to be the end of this month. So therefore, that's where we are right now. And it was very important to the board, especially as Madam Vice Chair-elect came on to take over that committee, is that it was a very strong emphasis making sure that everybody was able to have a seat at the table. And during the SPLOST, that's one thing you guys tasked myself with, in order to go through there and find out, make sure that companies actually have the opportunity that we're tracking, that these organizations or these companies actually had a seat at the table. So that's what we did. And right now, I started out, we were around 10 to 15%. And now just through communication efforts, we are now trending 85 to 87% as of the last meeting that I presented, which was back in September's meeting.
And second question, just for point of clarity, and I'm sure Commissioner Carthen went in, but is it a goal or requirement? And what is that percentage? What is in the Gale way in? Wherever we got this number from, is it a goal or a requirement?
It's a goal, but it's not a requirement. And of course, I will yield to Madam Vice Chair-elect, who's over procurement board, to weigh in better because she knows the exact number.
I just want to clarify that it's just a goal, and it's just with the 86% just saying that people or disadvantaged business enterprises were able to participate in almost 84% of the initiative, of the active initiative. That's all it's saying. That it could be one person or an entire team or squad. It's acknowledging that. But the fact that you would have to put something like this in play speaks volumes if you didn't have it. It would be exclusion. And I think we're a county of inclusions. We've got a lot of different voices and views, and everybody gets to participate and work, and it should be reflective and so again, that I think that is important. So I'm going to yield this. I know you guys are tired. I know we got one more presentation behind this. I just want to make that statement. Thank you, David. Didn't know you were going to be here, but guys, well done. This did come through finance. I did commit having this back to you guys. And so again, if you got any questions, Madam CFO has got that on lock. You finally have, not that you didn't have it before. David and Terry did an excellent job, but you needed somebody internally that owned it. So we validated our vendor, but they did a good job of keeping up with our project, but somebody had to own it internally, and now we have an internal owner of our data. And thank you, Madam CFO. Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman. Madam CFO, you said you would release this information, this spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet, to the Board of Commissioners real soon, and also to the public. Can you give me an idea for the board? Because I had requested this last week. I'm gonna run it in one of my articles.
Yes, ma'am. I will release it today after we finish the meeting. It's ready to go.
All right, this is great. I love it. A single view.
Madam Chair, can I make one more clarification?
Yes.
And also on that worksheet that the CFO came up with, because it's a very great tool. that there are also some projects that's going to have reimbursables, or there's going to be other funding that's not within SPLOST, and also that sheet will show that as well, such as the tanker trucks that came in under reimbursable. SPLOST money wasn't spent on that, but it's a SPLOST project, and it shows in reimbursables is clear. So there's no color code for that one. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I yield back.
All right. Okay, any other remarks, Board, before we move on to the second part of this meeting? And certainly I'm trying to get you on a quick break. The ARPA list, thank you so much, Madam CFO. The ARPA list revision, Madam ACA, Tiffany Stewart-Stanley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I am here with the proposed Douglas County reallocation from the ARPA. I am going to share my screen. And I will start from there. So just give me 1 second. Okay. So this is the proposed Douglas County ARPA reallocation that was presented to the Finance Committee in our last finance meeting. It's going to give you guys some very brief background. So as we know, we received $28,425,412 in ARPA funding. We received the first half last year in July, and we received the second half in July of 2022, July 15th of this year. These funds cover costs from March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st of 2024. And all these funds must be committed by December 31st, 2024 and spent by December 31st, 2026. Just an idea of how much of our ARPA allocations we've actually spent. Through September 30th, we had expended $7,380,676.95, which leaves us with the balance of $21,044,735.05. And that is roughly right around 25% of our ARPA allocation. As always, we have a framework for our ARPA plan funding, which of course always relates back to our strategic planning. So you'll see how our ARPA categories relate to our strategic plan funding categories. And so they're all encompassed throughout our strategic plan. Once again, just a reminder of the 6 prongs of our strategic plan. And we've gone over those earlier today. So in the proposal, you will see here, and I'm going to briefly go through each one of these totals for each area. Each one of our proposed areas still fall within the guidelines of our strategic plan. In this proposal, we are proposing $3,650,000 go for broadband and infrastructure, $7,754,439 for public safety, $5,765,212 for employee stability. For public health, $2,940,000. For technology, $2,970,761. And for community stability, $1,780,000. And then for our economic stability, we have $550,000. For our recreational facilities, $1,675,000. And then for project management, this is managing the whole ARPA funding for the whole time, $1,400,000. And you can see, according to this chart, how each one of these priorities falls within our strategic plan. So, and that gets us to our total or grand total amount. So what I want to show you here is what we are changing. We are not making a lot of changes to the prior allocation. There are a few items that we are going to delete for a couple of reasons. One is the electric water infrastructure for the proposed rehab facility that there was a proposal back when we originally did the rehab facility. And so that $1 million we're proposing to go back into the ARPA funding. We've got a couple deleted items under community stability. The community detention pond cleanup of $1 million, the blight removal of $500,000, and then the cleanup of neglected properties for $500,000. And our reasoning behind removing these items is that we kind of ran into some roadblocks when we started looking at potentially doing projects on private property. And so we're thinking there may be some other ways to add to the community stability with cleanup by providing some more solutions to the board. And so for community stability, we are proposing the following. A mobile book library of $205,000, a street sweeper of $300,000. And this street sweeper will help with the beautification efforts. I know we all hear from our citizens about beautification and keeping our roads clean. So this street sweeper could help with that. As far as blight and removal and repairs of homes, our senior services director had made a wonderful suggestion of providing home repairs for our senior citizens. And that amount we're proposing for $150,000 for the senior services department to allocate that funding to citizens who really need in our community, and that will also help with beautification in our community. And then we've all have a spotlight in the last year shined on our community as far as youth initiatives. At the beginning of the year, our chairman and our vice chair, kind of gave us a directive to look at what we have going on in our community as a whole with our youth. And so we benchmarked. We brought in the Clayton County Youth Initiative Director to come in, and we worked with that county just to kind of come up with some ideas of some things we can do to really provide options and information and resources for our youth in our community. Some of this funding would be used for things like elevating our youth commission and things of that nature. So we want to propose $125,000 for that. Another added item is that we're proposing is land for the library in District 3. We're proposing $500,000 to be allocated for that. As we know, we have a library in every district except for District 3. And so this would help with expanding our recreational facilities, but also community stability, because it would provide a place for citizens in the District 3 community to be able to go receive information, use computers and things of that nature. And so here's some things we're adjusting. Also, we had the broadband and sewer for the Chapel Hill Library listed at about $400,000. After talking with our grants manager and some information that she received, we want to up that about another $200,000 just to make sure that we have enough for that project. And then the last thing is the program management fees of $1,400,000. We originally in the first proposal had it proposed at $400,000. As we've gone through the process and we're working with our consultant, we realized that we needed to put more funding. They have already gone through, vetted this list. They're showing that all of our projects potentially fall within ARPA, and they're going to be going through vetting those projects, doing our reporting, and just pretty much taking care and making sure that we're performing under the ARPA guidelines. So it's very important that we allocate the proper amount of funding to Landmark, who has already gotten to work in working with our grant oversight manager. I will say that one of the things that Landmark did when they did give us their report is just to make sure that when we do any type of capital projects or capital things of that nature, we will definitely have to make sure to provide our written justification to the U.S. Department of Treasury to make sure that everything falls within those guidelines. So I just wanted to give everybody an idea of how we're spending the funding. You'll see this pie chart here, and you'll see that we're staying within the realms of what our original intent was with the first allocation. It really has not changed that much, with public safety being number one with 28%, employee stability at 21%, and then you'll see things like broadband and infrastructure at 13%, technology at 11%, public health at 11% of the funding, recreational facilities and programs at 6%, community stability at 7%, and then 1% for economic stability. And so that just gives you an idea of how the ARPA pie is being divided in our community. And so that is all the information I have on that chart. I do have the actual ARPA spreadsheet that was uploaded in the agenda package. And like I said, that can be distributed if needed. Thank you. And I yield for any questions.
So,
any questions, Board of Commissioners, at this time?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guy, you have the floor.
So who came up with this list?
Sure. So the list was myself. I met with our grants management team. We kind of went through the list, the finance director, our grants oversight manager. So this is just a recommendation from staff for the changes.
So is it going to be voted on?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It has to be voted on.
Seems like you would have solicited all the commissioners to see what they might need in their district. But what I don't understand is the $500,000 for the land for the library in District 3 when the land was supposed to be donated by the trust fund. So why are you adding $500,000 to purchase the land when it's a trust? It was given to us through a trust fund.
So, yeah, Commissioner Gutter, well, first of all, I want to address the first thing. So what we used were just some recommendations that we've had over time from different commissioners, different department directors to formulate our list. So we're definitely, will be, open to receiving any suggestions from the board as you guys allocate the final list. Secondly, there has been some changes with the original proposal for the land for the library. And so we have been looking at other options to obtain land for the library. And so with that, I believe our Director Worthington, if he is on the call, hopefully he can provide some more information as to why we're having to look at other options, but it was in the best interest of the project to move it forward, to go ahead and look at other options for land. And we have been working with an organization to acquire the land to build a library in District 3. So Director Worthington, are you on the line?
We're not accepting it free from the trust company?
I will. Director Worthington.
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the line.
Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Gutter, the donation was going to be made from the trust, and I believe it was well, I don't want to name it because I'm not sure if I've got it correct, but regardless, there was some stipulations on that, some deed restrictions, and the restrictions would limit us to only being able to do, I believe it was 1% of the land could be used. And we had legal look through it and go through the restrictions, and they did not feel that a library would fit within those restrictions. So that land was determined to not be usable for a library. So we're looking elsewhere now.
Okay. Do you have a purchase in mind?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I don't. We have had some other opportunities come to light that we are certainly investigating, and obviously we're looking for possibilities of parcels that could be donated as part of other projects. We are looking into some of those actively, but then in the meantime, we're also looking to see if there's just anything available. And right now, there's just not a lot available that kind of fits the needs of what we're looking for.
Okay, but this is to be added to the 12 million. That's 13 million.
I don't know on that part.
Well, it's 1.1 million now, added to the 12 million, I guess. Just want to make sure I've got my figures right.
I'm not sure on what you're referring to on that. So this would just be the land purchase, and this I guess correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we're just looking at a maximum amount. So, the intentions are, if we can get something donated, this would go away, or if we could get something we need for, 100,000 or something, then that's all we would use. So.
Okay. You're back. You're back.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments, board, or remarks?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman.
Absolutely. Along with the single view of single view of everything, this single view of our ARPA was something also advocated for. It did come to our finance committee, and as promised, you're being delivered this listing. And it is the work of staff, but we did get to see it in committee, and we're recommending it up to the board, and you can adopt it as you want to. You find two people to join you to take something out, great. You find two people to join you to put something in, great. But it is ready to go. We can talk about it either tomorrow in adoption, or we can talk about it at our retreat. That is your your pleasure. So on this last item, Madam Chair, what is the board's pleasure? You want to talk about ARPA tomorrow, or just take it to the retreat to finalize the list that will go forward? It does have to be adopted, though.
Yeah, the list certainly, Vice Chairman, was adopted a year ago. We just made some few adjustments. We'd love to see it come forth tomorrow. And so we could continue to press forward and work with the landmark and also with Jill Hobson. We're working on helping align everything as we continue to move forward. We are under the radar of time, which we mentioned earlier, and we need to try to get these projects started sooner than later. I will make mention that Douglas County, it's no secret that we have a lot of floodplain in our county. So everything that meets the eye is not real here. You know, a lot of people say Douglas County is, we can build, but a lot of the land is floodplain. Actually, my home is built right next to one. So certainly I want our commissioners to have an open mind that we may have to pivot on some projects that come through and utilize some other means and modes as we continue to try to find land. That's the problem. It looks good on the outside, but when you take a deeper dive and become surgical, like our engineer, James Worthington, who has the privilege of coming to us bearing the bad news or good news, I just want us to keep an open mind that we want to continue. We don't want to just continue to just, we don't want to ditch the project. We want to think outside the box and see what we can do to move it forward. So I hopefully, if it's the will of the board, I would like to vote on it tomorrow, the ARPA, so, on these adjustments. Any objections, board? If not, we will press forward and have it on the agenda. Okay. Any other remarks before I tap into the resource of our county attorney? County attorney, do we need to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, regretfully.
Unfortunately, yes.
Regretfully, we do, for a couple of short items.
Okay. But how many, what is it?
Real estate, litigation,
and personnel.
But they'll all be very quick.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, you heard the verdict from our Attorney Coleman. Certainly want to just assure the citizens we'll be back as soon as possible. Don't have a defined timeline. It's 3:06 p.m. now. Board of Commissioners, I would encourage you to take is it 10-minute? You want a 15-minute break? What do you want?
10 minutes. We can get in and get out.
A 10-minute break, certainly at 3:16. Certainly I will call a motion and then we can go into executive session, for us to go into executive session. Or should I say, I'll call the question. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your districts, please respond. District 1. District 1.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes. Board of Commissioners, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries to go into executive session. Take a 10-minute break. It is now 3:06. We'll return. Well, Lisa, if you could just clerk pull us into our room. And at 3:16, Board of Commissioners, well, 3:17 now, we will meet and start our executive session. All right. Clerk, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a few seconds to invite everyone into the room. Once you see the blue join icon at the bottom of at the right hand bottom of your screen, just click join and you will go directly into the room. But just give me a minute to invite everyone.
You are live.
Okay, thank you so much, Twan. Again, citizens of Douglas County, thank you for your patience. Our executive session has ended. When I saw the Board of Commissioners executive session has just ended. It's now 4 p.m. I just want to remind you that we are still in pandemic mode. Unfortunately, just with the winter months coming, just ask if you can just continue with your 3 W's, watch your social distancing, wash your hands, and certainly in those confined spaces, just consider wearing a mask. And vaccines are still moving forward here in Douglas County. We have the bivalent booster. It's the bivalent booster. It's available at our Douglas Health Department if anyone is interested. Certainly, we have our meeting tomorrow, which is our legislative meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. And welcome the citizens. It will be held in Citizens Hall, and all citizens are welcome to attend, and will still be live streamed and also Facebook Live to allow our citizens all over the county to be engaged and involved. Starting the first of the year, we will move back to our in-person work sessions, and those meetings will be held in Citizen Hall. Our clerk, Lisa Watson, is working on the schedule, but I just said it's the first of the year, which will be our first meeting in January, Board of Commissioners. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, do you have any announcements? If you don't have any announcements, certainly if there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. in Citizen Hall. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Bye.
Bye-bye.